Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and members. Welcome to the Planning Committee. Just a few notes. In the interest of safety, if the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble at Queen Victoria statue in front of the civic offices. In order to comply with the Portsmouth Cultural Trust fire marshal regulations, please remember to signate when you leave the building after today's meeting. For those of you who have not attended this committee before, I will explain the running order for this afternoon. After committee members have declared their interest and agreed the minutes of the previous meeting, I will announce each item and ask those of you that were here to make a deputation to come and sit at the table. After the planning officer has made the presentation for the application, individual deputies will have 6 minutes to express their views, and joint deputies will have 12 minutes between them to make their views known, after which you will take no further action in the proceedings unless we need to ask a question to clarify a statement that has been made. Members will then ask questions, make comments, and the decision on the application will be made. Both members of the committee and members of the public are reminded of the need to consider material planning matters and not refer to any personal information about other members of the public. May I draw everyone's attention to the fact that this meeting will be live streamed, i.e. filmed, from a camera at a fixed location at the back of the meeting room, and the recording will be on the council's website. The camera will mainly capture the backs of those making deputations, but there will be some footage of those making deputations as they approach and leave the table, where the microphones are located, and of people entering or leaving the room whilst the meeting's in progress. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that if neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. Finally, may I ask everyone to use the microphones provided when they are speaking. Thank you. Have we any apologies? Councillor Fleming, I believe, gives these apologies. Item 2, declarations of members' interest. Are there any interest to declare members?
Not a specific interest, Chair, but I am giving a deputation on 91 Powers Court Road, and when I've done that, I'll leave the room for the rest of that item.
Thank you. Item 4, please.
Chairman, sorry. The Unity Hall, which is the last of our applications, I have had extensive discussions with the owner there, so I think at the last time this came here I just declared that as personal prejudicial and left the room for that item, and I'll do so again.
Thank you, Councillor. Item 4, please.
Members, you have a report before you concerning an appeal against non-determination. The purpose of bringing the report this afternoon to you is for you to confirm whether or not you want us to defend the appeal and defend it on the grounds as set out in the agenda, which are that the building would result in a cramped form of development with restricted size of communal amenity space.
Members, I must apologise. We're going to go back one item, and that is the minutes of the previous meeting on the 10th of January. Has everybody got a copy in front of them, and are they okay?
Councillor.
Thank you both. Councillor Hunt, any declarations of interest?
Sorry, I got caught up in traffic and was dealing with an accident from yesterday. So, no, I haven't. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to item 5, and I shall ask for updates from the Assistant Director.
Are members therefore happy on item 4 that the council officers defend the appeal for the reason set out on the agenda?
Can I propose that? Seems very sensible.
Thank you, members. A slight change in the running order. We're going to replace 1 with 2, and therefore 1 will become the second item. We are going straight to item number 2. Application is 135 Langston Road.
Chairman, on the agenda item 5, I think we have also missed, and there's something I'd like to bring up at that point. Claire is aware of what I'm about to say. But I await the introduction by Claire, as it says, update on previous decisions, and I'm sure she has an update.
Yes, members, I'm going to give you an update on the Queen's Hotel. I've spoken, and Councillor Vernon-Jackson is aware of the position. As yet, we haven't had a start date from the Inspectorate to tell us that there is a valid appeal in and how that appeal will be dealt with. Until such times as we have confirmation from the Planning Inspectorate that...
Really sorry, Mrs Upton, could you just move the microphone a little bit closer?
I've
Is that
just
all right?
done that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so if I start again then?
Thank you so much.
That's fine. So, members, as an update, as members will recall, you were informed that the application to vary the section 106 had been effectively withdrawn because the applicant had informed us that they have appealed against non-determination. As yet, the council hasn't received a letter from the Planning Inspectorate to confirm that any appeal that has been lodged is a valid appeal, and also to confirm how that appeal will be dealt with. And therefore, we have not gone to the market to seek support in defending that appeal. As soon as the council have a letter from the Inspectorate, I will bring this matter back to you to confirm that an appeal has been lodged, it's been valid, and how the appeal will be dealt with. And then we will seek the necessary professional support to deal with that appeal. And that will come back as a report to you. But until I have confirmation that we have an appeal, I'm not able to bring a report to you asking for views.
Thank you, Chairman. I've had useful conversations with Claire. My concern has been about the length of time it will take a private sector company to do a review of the economic viability assessment. Although it looks as if it's been written on the back of an envelope, I'm sure it's got some scheming behind it. So my concern was making sure that we have the time to be able to put up something to rebut it and put the council's position strongly. Claire has said that we need to give approval here for that to happen. I wonder if it would be possible for us to do that today, so that Claire has that power to go out and get that piece of work done to defend the council's position, to make sure that we can put up a really robust case. My concern is that if we have to wait for a month to get to another committee, and then it takes them 6 weeks to do it, that's 10 weeks. It may be, Claire says that the Planning Inspectorate is hugely inefficient and up to their eyeballs. We all agree that with the first of those two statements, but I just want to make sure that we have got we have as much resource as possible to be able to fight this application, and therefore to give Claire the green light to be able to go and get the professional help she needs to do that as quickly as possible. And Claire says we need to do that at this committee. The approval for that needs to come from here. So that's what I would propose we do, that we give Claire the green light to be able to go and get the professional help she needs to be able to support the council's position.
Members, if you are happy to have minuted in the meeting that the decision of the committee was that you are instructing officers to defend the appeal, then that gives me the authority to then set about putting the resources in place and the correct expert witnesses in place to defend the appeal. But the minute I need from the meeting is you want me to defend the appeal.
In which case, that's what I'd like to formally propose.
I would like to second that, because when we looked at the papers and the material with which we were presented, there were a number of areas where we felt that the case had not been properly made by the applicant or by his agents. And so I think that we need to make a very robust defence. And so anything which can be done now to expedite matters and also to make sure that we have a really good defence, I think should be done. So I second.
Members, you've heard the proposition and it's been seconded. All those in favour, please signify. Okay. You've got permission, carry on.
Thank you very much.
Right, as I was saying, we're going to take item 2 first, which is 135 Langston Road. So if Mrs C. Hannon, Mr Roger Chapman, Thomas Taylor and Councillor Sanders can come to the front decks, please, we'd be obliged.
Thank you. This application is a retrospective application for a single-storey rear extension which has been substantially built. The application site is 135 Langston Road, which is on the north side of the road between the junctions with Petworth Road and Romsey Avenue. And you can see the arrow pointing to the property in the aerial image there. This is the extension as it has been built. So you can see it's been substantially constructed externally, but the doors haven't been put in on the rear, and I think there's a roof light still to go in on the roof. It's 4 metres in height with a flat roof. It covers the full width of the house, and it's approximately 3 metres in depth. We've got some photos here taken from the neighbouring properties. What we would point out is that there's rear extensions on most of the properties in that terrace, but they are of a similar style, which is of this sort of lean-to conservatory style that you can see here. So the extension that has been built on 135 does differ from the standard form of extensions that you've got in that area, but it's no deeper in depth. It's 1 metre higher, but it doesn't come out any further in depth. So these photos are taken from number 133 Langston Road. And then we've got some photographs taken from the neighbouring property on the other side, number 137. Again, you can see their extension there. This one, same depth, but higher by 1 metre. The other point to note, which is also written on the supplementary matters sheet, is that the floor level of the extension that's been built is higher than that of the extensions either side, and it's because it's been built at the same level as the floor level of the house. So the neighbouring properties, you step down into the conservatory, and that's the reason why it does appear to have doors at a higher level. I've just got a couple of images of the actual, what it will look like when completed, and the floor plan, which shows the extension here. Yeah, I'll go back to the photo, but that's the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Mrs. S. Hannon, and you've got 6 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to share some documentation to support my objection. There's some photos there. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak today. I object to the application for number 135 Langston Road for the following reasons. Number 1, the size of extension and keeping with the surroundings. The development is overbearing, out of scale and out of character in terms of its appearance compared with existing development in the vicinity. Until fairly recently, government policy encouraged a higher density of residential development within existing settlement than might have been considered acceptable some years ago. This included infilling with existing residential areas and extending older, smaller properties to increase habitable space. However, the government changed this approach in 2010 in June. As a result of the change, design, including bulk and massing, detailing and materials, is nowadays recognised as an important factor in the acceptability of a development. The policy has now been carried over into the National Planning Policy Framework. In any event, the effect of the development on the character of the neighbourhood has always been and remains a factor when considering planning permission. The photographs provided show that the development is out of character for the neighbourhood and is detrimental to the residential amenity of neighbours. It is overbearing, out of scale and out of character in terms of its size and appearance compared with existing developments in the vicinity. Number 2, the overlooking and loss of privacy. Adverse effect on the residential amenity of neighbours and ourselves by reason of overlooking, loss of privacy and overshadowing. The development as constructed results in the rear access door, which is the large bifold type, being very high from the ground in order to maintain a level through the living space. The main issue with this is the door is elevated to such a level that the top of door is clearly visible with a clearance of 1 metre above the 2 metre high boundary fences. Due to the height above the ground in relation to the boundary fence height and factoring in the angle and distance to our garden, the owners of 135 would have a clear view into our garden. Since our garden is the most used part of our home in the summer months, we now feel that our enjoyment of using this amenity will be greatly reduced or even destroyed because of the issues of being overlooked by 135, therefore losing our privacy. One could argue that this would be the case from the rear upstairs window. However, due to the fact that the use of the extension is mainly for occupancy during the day, we believe that the visual traffic will be unavoidable during daytime enjoyment of the garden. The Human Rights Act 1998 requires that the local planning authority act consistently with the European Convention on Human Rights. Of particular relevance to the planning decisions of the Article 1 of the first protocol, the right of the enjoyment of property, and Article 8, the right for respect for home, privacy and family life. Article 8, right to the privacy. Everyone has the right to respect for his private and family life, his home and his correspondence. There shall be no interference by a public authority with the exercise of this right except as is in accordance with the law and is necessary in a democratic society in the interests of national security, public safety or the economic well-being of the country, for the prevention or disorder of crime, for the protection or health of morals, or for the protection of the rights and freedoms of others. Comments made by the planning officer state: the doors would offer oblique views towards the neighbouring gardens, but these views would be restricted to some extent by existing boundary fencing. And, having regard to the position of the doors and the presence of boundary fencing, it is not considered that the extension will result in a significant impact on the amenity of neighbouring occupiers in terms of loss of privacy. Therefore, if the Council does not consider the loss of privacy on the grounds stated above, they are in non-compliance with Article 8 by this granting permission when similar privacy concerns have been expressed by the 3 neighbouring properties. Portsmouth Council, as a public body, would be directly interfering with the privacy rights as protected under this Act and would be held entirely accountable under law. Number 3, the concerns around comments and recommendations in the committee report following the site visit. The planning case officer's comments are not entirely complete. Quote, additionally, concerns have been raised that the height of the extension exceeds the permitted development rights. This is confirmed to be the case, which is why an application has been submitted to the local planning authority. It should be noted that the extension was built clearly with total disregard to the permitted development rights, and it is also very important to state that the reason for the application being submitted to the LPA was because of this clear breach of the permitted development rights. It would seem that the case officer did not disclose this information for reasons unknown. Number 4, setting a precedence. A poor decision on the planning application will set precedents for a pattern of development that would be detrimental to the look of the area and the amenity. In the long term, it could lead to similar extensions being built. Consider the impact if number 137, if number 139 were to build an extension to the same scale. The feeling of being penned in, along with being overlooked, would be unbearable. One has to ask how future developments of a similar type of construction can be refused if permission is granted to this retrospective application. This is highly relevant since a new planning application was publicised on the 6th of February for a property a few doors down from number 135 for what may be a similar structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roger Chapman, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. Before I begin, I would like to emphasise that there is actually nothing personal in this objection. But firstly, I would like to question the validity of what is deemed to be the determining issue of design acceptability. Despite the design being out of character with its surroundings, I do not have a problem per se with the design. It is the fact that it is approximately 1.5 metres above our eaves height without the capping stones, which is the problem. The simple reason we are here is because the construction contravenes the height limit for a terraced house. This was confirmed by the planning enforcement team, hence the retrospective planning application. In the comments section of the summary, this breach appears to be considered insignificant in the judgment of the case officer. But if the governing body determines a height limit of 3 metres, there must be a very good reason for having one. The problem is further compounded by the sheer enormity of the construction. The wall is so high it overwhelms. Can I just pass that along? That is from our bedroom window. My eye is automatically drawn to it, and it thus increases a sense of enclosure to an unacceptable level. In terms of privacy, we chose to have 6-foot fence panels in our garden as we value our privacy and wish to enjoy our garden in a sense of seclusion. It is important to us. The photograph shows the extension, which is this one, sorry. I'll pass that one along. The extension sandwiched between the lean-to conservatories of us and 137 Langston Road, and it illustrates how much higher than our 6-foot panels would be the bifold doors if installed. It is plain to both the owner of 137 and us that our privacy would be greatly diminished. Mrs. Kill, who can't be here today, has asked me to say that she has very grave concerns on this matter, as her fence side is lower than ours. This issue of privacy is enshrined in Article 8 of the Human Rights Act, respect for home, privacy and family life. And this aspect seems to have been given little consideration in the summary's comments. In terms of impact on surroundings, as previously stated, I have no real issues with the design if the building height was in line with the adjoining conservatories. However, in its current manifestation, it is unsympathetic and totally out of character with the immediate vicinity and dominates visually. Should this plan go ahead, despite it ignoring many measurement criteria observed by planning committees, I feel that a very negative precedent would be set. And finally, to reinforce the reasons for my objection, thank you. I will draw attention to a previous, presumably retrospective planning application, which was for a dormer extension at 3 Redcar Avenue. The photograph shows an extension seemingly near completion. My own personal view is that I could have lived with that if it were next door, as it is not in my line of sight and its proximity is not an issue since it's in the roof. This application was refused because of its scale, mass, and an unsympathetic appearance, being out of character with the surroundings, and having an incongruous and visually dominating feature. These same points, along with the extremely serious loss of privacy, are the very reasons for objecting to this application.
Thank you. Can Poppy Thomas Taylor now, please? 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. I would like to speak on behalf of myself and my partner Todd Warner. I'm here today to request the approval of a single-storey rear extension for our first family home in Langston Road, Baffins. When purchasing the property, we introduced ourselves to our neighbours and informed them of all the work we were going to carry out and have kept them both up to date throughout the process. When undertaking our extension, we believed we were acting within permitted development rights and building regulations. Our initial advice came from our building control officer, Jeff Hill, who undertook a site visit. On this site visit, we were advised that our plans for a single-storey rear extension did not exceed the height or depth for permitted development and therefore did not require planning permission. However, we were made aware that our neighbours had complained, which resulted in us contacting Peter George at Portsmouth Planning Department, and Peter confirmed that our extension did require planning permission. We then instructed our agent Derek to submit a planning application for us. We decided to replace the previous structure as it was rotten, unsafe, single glazed and comprised of energy inefficient materials and also had an asbestos roof. When designing the extension, we made a conscious effort to add character to the property, to comply with building regulations, and to be considerate to our neighbours by taking the following steps. We've installed a warm roof, which is energy efficient. We have made sure it is below first floor window sills. We made sure it had an equal depth to the neighbours' lean-tos, which is less than 3 metres. We've used an antique style brick. We've used ornamental style of brickwork. We've used a coping stone with a decorative edge. We fitted detailed cast iron air vents, all of which are typical characteristics for the age of the existing properties. We strongly believe that our single-storey rear extension does not have any significant impact on our direct neighbours or the local community, and is more of a personal preference. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Frank, for agreeing both to my request to call this in and for colleagues to go up to the dwelling to do a site visit. Apologies for not being there, but a rearranged medical appointment got in the way. I called this in because after speaking with objectors and the applicant, it seemed to me that many of the same issues that we discussed regarding 5 Paynton Avenue applied here. The only main difference is most of this is built. It really needed committee members to judge and see the site for themselves, as it provides a perspective on the plans that even with the fine photos we've got today, we simply don't get from presentations here. Now, when I called this in, I didn't actually have any particular opinions about the development, but after seeing some of the photographs here today and some of the photographs you've seen from Mr. Chapman and Mrs. Hannon, I now have some concerns. As the presenting officer said, the development differs from the standard form. It is also 1 metre higher than is normal for permitted development rights, and that's why you're here. The whys and wherefores, as Poppy Taylor has outlined, of why we're here, I think we may need to raise as we go along, but that's not a matter for you. The matter for you is that it is 1 metre higher than other similar developments, and it, quotes, differs from the standard form for buildings within the terrace. So as Roger Chapman has said, on that basis alone, it looks too high and it looks too bulky. It does exceed the permitted height for a terrace house. That's in the committee report. The plans also seem to dominate the site's relationship with 133, as I believe the photos you've had today show, giving a sense of enclosure similar to that the committee found with it to be the case in Paynton Avenue. As has been indicated, it is also out of character with nearby properties. One other small point, if I may, Frank. I'm concerned that this is another application presented to committee as a result of enforcement inquiries and enforcement notices. We have seemed to be getting a lot of them. It's great that our enforcement department is very active, but there may be issues going forwards with regards to trying to make sure that we can stop enforcement notices being served in the first place. I'm sure these matters of process can be resolved. So again, thank you for accepting my request to determine this application. I do have some concerns about the development. However, I'm sure those members at the site visit will have a better view than me. Thanks again, Frank.
Thank you, Councillor. It's now open to questions from the members, and Gerald first, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the people coming to speak to us. It's always very helpful. And I don't think I got a notice about the site visit, and so my apologies for not being at something I didn't know was happening. Can I ask, in terms of the overlooking issue that's been brought up several times, my memory is that overlooking is into people's homes and doesn't affect things in terms of looking into people's gardens. I might be wrong, but I would find it very useful to have some guidance over that.
Thank you. There isn't hard and fast rules as such. We make a judgment on the impact of the overlooking from an extension. If there were, you're right in that if there were windows that say directly looked straight back into the windows of a neighbouring property, that would be more of a concern because they're looking directly into other people's rooms. In this case, we made the judgment that as the doors face into the rear garden of the property it's on, and would be only angled views rather than direct views to neighbouring gardens, that this was not such a significant concern.
Councillor Brent, please.
Thank you. I did go on the site visit, and I can see both sides of it, actually, when I visited and looked and listened to the officers. It was very difficult, I felt, because there was the scaffolding, etc. up there, and you couldn't really see what it would be like with the windows, etc. when it was in. It didn't seem to me, but then it's very difficult if you're just having a quick look at it, to understand whether, it seems that you'd only be looking into the garden and not anything else. That's how I saw it. But again, you know, I did attend, but it would have been nice for having another view, perhaps. But talking to the officers, can I just ask about the height of it? Is there an issue with it's higher than the metre that it should be?
The issue is that the height exceeds what permitted development would have allowed to have been built without planning permission. It doesn't mean that a higher extension isn't acceptable. It means it has to then be applied for through the planning application process, so which is why we've got this application. What we need to consider is whether that increase in height causes harm to the character of the area or neighbouring residents.
Okay, so, sorry. I mean, that was the only one that was like that, so there wasn't any other extensions like that along the road, so.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Am I right in my assumption that at the rear, that is the house end of the extension, the height at 4 metres is no greater than the highest point of the sloping roofs of the extensions to the neighbouring houses?
I don't know how clear that is. I think it's more or less in line. It's possibly very slightly higher at that point there.
Any other question, members, before we go on to comments? Right, comments, and Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look at this objectively. I've listened to the deputations and indeed the applicant, and there's no doubt in my mind that this is an overbearing, unneighbourly building, which doesn't relate well to the recipient building. Its height, scale and mass is out of keeping with the adjacent and surrounding homes. It is, in my view, a dominating feature in the neighbourhood and is unneighbourly and out of character with the surrounding area. So my proposal is to refuse it.
Thank you. Councillor Gerald Jackson.
I live in a terraced house with a north-facing garden, which is similar to these. And looking at various extensions being done down our street, they're getting bigger. I think my concern is, having been in the garden through the year, is with a building like this, is the loss of light early in the morning and in the evening, because that's when you get light either from the east or the west, and this would block it off coming into the properties beside. So it's a very fine balance, it seems to me, between which way we go on this. But I think I would be concerned that there is an issue of loss of light at those times of the day, and I think that's probably not where we should be going.
Members, any other comments, please?
Thank you, Chair. What would really worry me about this, nothing's stopping people in this new extension opening up their bedroom window, stepping out and having a nice sunroof there. So I would definitely oppose this. It's definitely not in keeping with the, and as my colleague says, certainly not neighbourly.
So at the moment then we have got one member has put forward a refusal. Are you seconding that, Councillor Galloway? And it's been seconded, and that's the only proposal on the. There's no other proposals.
Could I ask, through you to Claire, in terms of an appeal, because there's no point saying no to something which then will be won on appeal, because that gives people false hope, and that's not us being honest. What is your view about a defence? Yeah, personally, I think I'm worried about the loss of light, but it's good to be guided by professionals at times.
In terms of the officer's view. Obviously, we've made a recommendation to you this afternoon. So, in our view, our professional view, you know, that this extension, whilst we're noting the comments that have been made, is something that should be supported. Ultimately, it would be, if it goes to appeal, for an inspector to decide whether he agrees with the views, but our professional view is that this is an acceptable development.
Right, there's still only one proposal on the table, and that is...
Just to test it, I'll propose the officer's recommendation. And I'll propose the officer's recommendation because the rear of this building is not substantially higher. It's a fine point, but I don't think there is substantial overlooking, although the height of the floor is 0.7 metres higher than that of the surrounding gardens. So I don't think there's substantial overlooking. I don't think it's height. It is bulky, yes, I will give it that. But I think that on the balance, I would support the officer's recommendation.
Members, is anybody going to second Councillor Mason? Oh, you are, but I think Councillor Harris wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair. No, it's just to really second Councillor Mason. He's put it more eloquently than I ever could, to be honest. So I'm happy to second him.
Right, members, there are two options now. One is to refuse the application, and that was proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt and seconded by Councillor Galloway. The second one is to accept the officer's recommendations and grant the applications, and that was put forward by Councillor Hugh Mason and seconded by Councillor Gemma New. So we'll take them in order. Those for refusal for this development, please show by the usual means. Thank you. Right, that's three. Those for the development, please show. Oh, right. We're voting against the refusal now. Those against the refusal, please. 4-3. So we go on to the. We now move on to Councillor Hugh Mason's proposal that we accept the officer's recommendations. Those in favour, please. 4, and those against. 3. It's carried.
Chair, I didn't vote because I also didn't see the email about the site visit, and therefore I felt, because my opinion was very finely balanced, it would be inappropriate to vote on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Deputies. We now move back to item number 1, which is the open space at Loxway Road.
Thank you. This application is a tree preservation order application relating to a group of trees which lie to the east of Cheriton Road. As you can see, they're roughly circled in red there. The Child Development Centre of St James's Hospital is to the east. What we've produced here is a plan which indicates... Sorry.
Chairman, I think that it is no longer used as that. It might be says that on a map, but it's a development site and it's not used as a child development. So I think we should be honest with people and say this is a development site upon which there used to be a child development centre.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you for that clarification.
Yep. To clarify, that the site to the west is a proposed development site. What we've done is produced a plan here just to explain the works that are proposed in this application. There is one tree that is proposed to be felled, that's shown in red there, which is a Lombardy poplar tree. The other trees, there's a proposed reduction works, various works, so sort of 4 metre reductions, cut back, and removal of epicormic growth. So that shows the trees that are being affected by it, which is a mixture of sycamores, hawthorns and holm oaks. We've got some photographs here of the trees taken from the site. So that picture shows the sycamore and then the Lombardy poplar there, which is the one that's proposed to be felled. And we've got these images. Unfortunately, we haven't labelled the individual trees, but this just shows images of the groups of trees in question, so which includes the holm oaks, the hawthorns and the sycamores. And then what we've got here is just an example images of a replacement tree that would go to replace the tree to be removed, which is a form of oak tree, Roba fastigiata, have I pronounced that?
Roba fastigiata.
Yes. So the application has been recommended for permission in the interests of good arboricultural management. Thank you.
Members' questions, and Gerald.
Thank you. If we could go back to that last picture, it's quite a large tree on the right that we're putting in. How tall is that tree that's going in to replace the Lombardy poplar? I'd say that was 25 foot.
Councillor, that picture was supplied to provide an example of what the tree to the left will look like as an approximation of the size of the tree going in as a replacement, and to the right what it will look like in 15 to 20 years' time when it's established.
So the picture on the right is, what, 4 times as big as the actual one that's going to go in?
Approximation, yeah.
Okay, I'd have thought it's useful to see what's actually going in as opposed to...
Which is the tree to the left.
An artist's impression. Okay, thank you. And my second question is, for each of the trees, about how tall are each of them currently? Should we start at the top of the site and work down?
Yeah, you can do. If we go back to that slide. No, go to the first photograph. So the sycamores are at approximately 12 to 15 metres. The concern here for the trees to be reduced is to cut them away from the neighbouring buildings. This is current landowners exercising a little bit of risk management in cutting the trees back to prevent them from causing damage to the neighbouring properties. This is just good husbandry. The felling of the poplar was previously allowed to be pollarded by this committee because of the nature of the decay in the base of it. Sadly, it is rapidly succumbing to that decay and therefore needs to come down, hence the replacement planting specification. I have to be honest and say, as this is an exercise in husbandry and mitigation of damage to neighbouring properties, I'm not sure we're empowered to refuse a consent to it.
Okay, so can we go through the rest of them?
Yep, sure. So you've got the holm oaks, which are the dark green blobs because they're still in leaf bin and evergreen species. They are at approximately 15 to 18 metres high. The sycamore to the foreground stands slightly in front of those, so is not one of the trees in question. And then the hawthorn and the other scrub range between 4 to 6 metres approximately.
Okay. And the sycamore T101, it's reduced by 4 metres in the proposal.
Yeah, as I understand the proposal, it's from the laterals, not the height, Councillor.
Okay, fine, lovely. That's very helpful, thank you. And the application you said has come from the neighbours.
No, the application has come from the current landowner.
So from the developer.
Potential developer. It's actually with the HCA at the moment.
Who are the developer who are coming forward with a planning application for this site over the next couple of months?
Yeah, but it's not in yet.
No, okay. I just think we need to be clear that this is not neighbours being nice and neighbourly. This is a property developer coming in with an application on land where there will be an application in the next couple of months. I just think we need to be, honest with
This is the current landowner. It's not the HCA.
Fine. So the people who are going to get the money from the development,
No.
if they're the current landowner, then they would be getting money from the development because they sell the land.
Ultimately, yeah.
Hugh.
Could Andy tell us why he considers the Quercus rubor-fastigiata to be the best replacement for a Lombardy poplar and not replace like with like?
The problem we've got with the Lombardy poplars across this site and other parts of the city is that they are a short-lived species, Councillor. 75 years is a good age for a Lombardy poplar, at which point they tend to start to fall apart and decay. Many of our Lombardy poplars are well in excess of 75 years old and in extremely poor condition. The option for using a tree of a similar upright form, but of a longer lived and better quality species, was to ensure longevity in the landscape.
Thank you, Chair. Andy, could you just give us an idea of the current health of the trees that you're aiming to do the reductions on? Have you actually done any investigations? Do you believe them all to be in good health?
I do, Councillor. I've actually been out, climbed over the wooden paling fence and walked along the line of the fence line and looked at all of the trees, which is why I know the condition of the Lombardy poplar that's proposed to be felled as well.
Okay, and to follow up, if that's all right, is it therefore your opinion that on this occasion reducing them will actually improve their general health and longevity?
The proposal will have no long-lasting effect on either their health or their longevity. If they were just growing in a field, you probably wouldn't recommend doing the work. It's the proximity to the neighbouring properties that forces the need for the work. They are all species which do not have an adverse response to pruning.
I think the houses there at Oak Dean have been there for 15 years or so. How many reports of any damage to any of the houses from these trees had there been in the last 15 years?
Councillor, I've got absolutely no way of answering that because I don't know. The bottom line is that the previous landowners for a period of time neglected that site, and now it's being brought back into management, and as a consequence we get an application for this kind of work.
Councillor Lee Hunt.
So can I ask the planning officer then, in this particular matter, do we have to consider all of this together and giving a view on all of it, or are we allowed to, for example, say yes, the poplar should come down and be replaced in the way that's been described, with the tree that's been described, and refuse permission for the other trees to be reduced?
Councillor, you can, but the Town and Country Planning Act makes provision for anyone who suffers a financial loss to claim it back from the local planning authority.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I think you might recall, Andy, about 18 months ago there was a Lombardy poplar that come up and it actually destroyed a bus stop. Am I right in thinking, is that the same tree?
You are absolutely right, Councillor. Same species of tree and very close proximity, because the tree that failed was just east of this site on Furs Lane running through the university campus.
Carry on that point. How old was that tree and how old is this tree?
All the trees are of a contemporary age. The famous artist King, who was a resident of this hospital, painted these trees in the 1950s. They were very large trees then. The 1950s is nearly 70 years ago, and as a consequence these trees are quite obviously of an age whereby we need to consider sanctioning their loss.
The trees that are proposed to be managed rather than felled, are they of species that have greater longevity, and do you foresee any reason why an application might be brought forward to fell any of them in the near future?
They are all far longer lived species than Lombardy poplar, and there are currently no proposals, and no proposals are envisioned for felling any of these trees, pending applications for future developments, of course.
Thank you.
But I am slightly concerned. On Saturday, I was driving through the city at Fratton Bridge to see workmen chopping down on Saturday morning, so council officers aren't around, trees that I understood had tree preservation orders on them at the behest of a developer. How can we be confident that these trees can and will be protected?
Councillor, the trees that you're referring to, I assume, are those at the end of Goldsmith Avenue. They were damaged during the development process, and their felling was sanctioned by myself. Because of the damage they'd done, the trees would have been unviable and unsustainable.
So we've rewarded a developer who's damaged trees by allowing them to take down protected trees, and that's appalling.
Councillor, those trees weren't protected, but they were council trees.
And we had an absolute assurance that they would be looked after. I'm appalled.
Can we just go back to the question you asked, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, and that was around insurance of how we protect these trees. These trees are protected trees. They're covered by preservation orders, and legally, if they are removed because they're dead, dying or dangerous, then there is a requirement for replacement planting to be carried out. So that's the assurance you have in terms of the legislation requiring that replacement in the act of us TPOing them.
Members, we seem to be straying away from the original planning application. If we could get back to that. Councillor Hunt.
If you don't mind. My understanding is that the Lombardy poplar that is scheduled to be felled was pollarded previous. A lump was taken off the top of it previously. If that is now dead, taking a lump off the others, will we be back in 2 years' time with the developer saying, "Oh, I can take these out now because they mysteriously died when we chopped the top off them"?
No, absolutely not, Councillor. The Lombardy poplar was deliberately pollarded, which was a quite savage reduction in its height, which ultimately was a very large tree reduced to about 4 or 5 metres tall by just cutting the top off it with a chainsaw. The other trees are going to be slightly more selectively pruned, cutting them back to growth points, etc., which is part of an ongoing maintenance regime. The other one was deliberately reduced in height to mitigate any future risk of failure.
So, and this isn't a criticism of anybody, but every time we talk about trees now, the perception is that not the city council, but there's a war on trees. At the moment, and as Andy's painfully aware, I'm sure, that anything happens to any tree at the moment, it's immediately on social media. We see one in St Jude recently, we see the instance that Gerald's talked about, which has moved on since. But in this particular case, Mr Chairman, I'm looking at it on the balance of probabilities. And on the balance of probabilities, it seems to me that there is no reason to reduce the trees that have the tree protection orders on them. I've heard no evidence so far. I hear what Andy says about having to look into the future and protect the city council against cost a developer might, or a landowner might have against us. But there's today, on the evidence that I have heard on the balance of probabilities, I can't see any reason to reduce those crowns. They should be left alone. Andy actually said if they were in a field, you wouldn't touch them. It seems to me that there is just a war going on. But on the poplar, we have to understand as a city that we want to leave behind trees that are going to grow for future generations. The poplars are a particular issue. We've heard about them quite a lot. Clearly many were planted about 100 years ago or so, and it seems to me it's very sensible on this occasion, having listened to the evidence and on the balance probability, replace that tree with a new tree described by Andy, and that will grow for future generations. So that's my proposition. I don't know if anybody's going to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I go to the next comment, I'd just like the Agricultural Officer to confirm, unless I'm mishearing, he's not crowning any of the other trees. He's not touching the height of them. He wants to reduce the. I mean, the way you said it was he was going to.
Chair, can I just clarify the point about the reduction? The point about the reduction is that the trees in strong winds beat against the gable ends of the adjacent properties and their fence lines. The damage to the adjacent structures, the current landowners where the trees are situated are liable for. In order to mitigate their risk, they propose reducing the trees away from the buildings so that no future damage can be undertaken.
As I say, the perception when we do anything is there's a war on trees, and I'm not going to add to that. I haven't heard the overwhelming evidence that described by Andy, and my view stands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gerald.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think, like Lee, I want to go through these one by one, because I think saying yes or no to all of it probably it seems worrying to me. I think the argument for taking down the Lombardy poplar is there. If it's dead and dying, then I don't think we get a choice. I am reducing the sycamores by 4 metres. These are big trees, and again, I'm much less worried by that than I am about some of the rest of it. So, and sycamores can become very big. I am much more worried by taking stuff out of the holm oaks, partly because they are evergreens and therefore provide some barrier to where the development's going to be all the way through the year, so some visual barrier. So I'm worried about the holm oaks going, and I'm also worried about the hawthorns. If I was right, Andy, when you were talking, you said that the hawthorns were between 4 and 6 metres tall, and yet the proposal is to reduce them by 4 metres. If it goes on the average of your 4 to 6 metres, say 5 metres, that leaves them 1 metre tall, and I'm not sure that's viable. So the ones I've got concerns with are the holm oaks and the hawthorns, and those are the ones I wouldn't, at the moment, wouldn't wish to support. I think there is an argument that has been made over the Lombardy poplar that is going to go, and the sycamores, which I think could cope with some trimming to keep them away from houses. I'm sorry if that's more complicated than normal, but I think this needs to be a thought-through process.
Right, I'm very happy to second that proposal.
Okay, so just to confirm then, we've got a seconded proposal then to do a split decision to refuse the trees that are the subject of condition 2 and 3, but to approve the trees that are subject to condition 4, 5, 6 and the replacement through condition 7.
Just be absolutely clear then, so that is to leave alone the hawthorn T100 and the holm oak T102.
So it would leave alone T98,
T100,
T to 99 and T102.
That is the proposition. No, that is the proposition put forward by Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, seconded by Lee Hunt, that we have selective reduction of these trees and removal of said tree, as recorded by Claire. All those members in favour, please show. All those against, please show. 2, 3, 4, 3. Well, all right, I've got to ask. That's the only proposal put forward. That's it then. Members, thank you. Next item 3 is 6 Second Avenue. Could we have Mr. Mark Bryant and Mr. Matt Hoare, please?
Good afternoon, members. The application before you relates to a rear extension and alterations to 6 Second Avenue in Farlington, which sits just east of Waterworks Road. The property is a semi-detached dwelling house on the southern side of Second Avenue with a south-facing rear garden that backs onto the Fitzherbert Spur industrial area. That's the property there. The house is one of 7 pairs of semi-detached dwellings of similar original design, being only 1 room deep at first floor level, many of which have been altered, extended and remodelled, as you can see from this aerial view. So, have we got a spare one? Oh. It runs from Waterworks Road and then all the way over to there. All those properties were similar when originally built, but as you can see, many of them have benefited from 2-storey rear extensions. The most recent 2-storey rear addition being at number 8 and number 10 Second Avenue to the east of the application site, and these were permitted in 2002 and 2000 respectively. So that's number 6, and that's number, that's number 8, and that's number 10. Do we have another one of these? Not very well. This photograph shows the recently removed porch at number 6, so it's the rendered white property there. And the photo also demonstrates the variety of external finishes on the front of properties in Second Avenue, ranging from horizontal UPVC cladding, rough and smooth render, and face brickwork. This photograph has been included to demonstrate the rear of the application site as it stood last year. So you had an original lean-to. Thank you. An original lean-to extension there and a conservatory. A ground floor extension was commenced at the site last year under the prior notification procedure for larger home extensions, which allowed for a 6-metre deep addition at the rear as measured from the original single-storey lean-to. So this is the extension that has been carried out under the prior notification procedure. The application before you members seeks planning permission for the construction of a porch to the front, so that's a replacement porch with pitch roof, a first floor cladding to the front and part side with cedar cladding at the front, and then it just wraps around a ½ metre on the western side, a first floor rear extension, which is this element here and here, and the regularisation of part of the ground floor extension that has already been constructed but wasn't covered by the prior notification procedure. So it's an element just on the west side on the ground floor. The main determining issues are whether the design of the proposed development is appropriate in the context of the recipient house and the surrounding area, and whether it would result in any significant loss of residential amenity. The porch would replace an earlier one, would be modest in scale, of matching materials, and it's notable that there are many examples of a variety of porches along this section of road, and as such, this is part of the proposal is considered acceptable. Likewise, the cedar cladding at first floor level across the entire width of the front and wrapping around slightly around the side elevation for ½ metre would be viewed in the context of a variety of different external finishes in the vicinity and is also considered acceptable. This slide shows a comparison of the existing and the proposed proposed elevations. This is existing, and you have proposed. So it's showing the first floor extension. The primary concern, members, lies with the depth of the proposed first floor addition, which would sit directly over the ground floor extension that's currently under construction, both in terms of the design and the likely impact on the adjacent properties both to the east and west. You have in front of you copies, paper copies of the existing and proposed ground and first floor plans. This slide shows them in comparison, and you will note the extent of the proposed alterations in red, and it's in colour on your copies as well. The first floor addition would have an overall depth of 8.7 metres. So that would run from, this is the original rear elevation at first floor level, so 8.7 is that depth there, with a depth of 5 metres immediately adjacent number 8. Number 4 is on this side, number 8 is on this side, and the application shows a cutout, so this would remain single storey, and the rest of it would be 2-storey. That element there, it would be 5 metres, and the full length, maximum length, would be 8.7 metres. So the extension would project 8.7 metres beyond the main rear elevation of number 4, which has still retained its first floor rear elevation there. So that would be 8.7 metres beyond the rear elevation of first floor level of number 4. And it would project 3.7 metres beyond the first floor rear elevation of number 8. This shows the rear elevation of number 8, and there are photos to show you presently. That's a balcony, and then there's a single-storey extension to that point. The new roof would have 2 ridges running north-south, with the higher of the 2 matching the height of the existing roof. So this would be the higher, it would go no higher than the existing main ridge of the house, and so from the street scene that you wouldn't be able to see the roof line of this extension, apart from perhaps glimpse it down the side of the house. So, members, this is a photograph that's been taken recently at the rear of the property. You have number 4 here. This is the application site, and number 8 here. You'll see from your planning history that benefited from planning permission in 2002. So the first floor extension would sit directly over what has already been constructed, bar the single-storey element in this corner next to number 8. So this will be retained as a single-storey element, and then the 2-storey element would start from here. It would extend beyond the first floor rear elevation, set by extensions at both number 8 and 10. They've both had rear extensions, and this is the rear building line that's been created by those. This depth is considered excessive, and combined with the full height eaves to match those existing would result in a very bulky addition to a very modest 2-bed house, and would project beyond the building line created by numbers 8 and 10. The depth, height and orientation, being south-facing, would also result in the loss of light to the balcony area of number 8 and its associated bedroom. So this is number 4. In addition to the height, depth and orientation of the proposed rear extension, given that number 4 to the west has not been extended at first floor level, the impact would be significant on this modest neighbouring property. It would result in an increased sense of enclosure, overshadowing and an unacceptable loss of privacy due to facing doors and windows which are not shown to be obscure glazed or fixed closed. It would also affect the outlook and the available light. Members, this is taken from the conservatory at the rear of number 4. You'll see the scaffolding there. That takes you to the full extent of the ground floor extension, and the first floor element would be directly above that. Members, you have a full summary of objections, support and representations received during the course of this application within the report. These predominantly relate to loss of light, overshadowing, outlook, and that the extensions would project beyond the first floor building line and maybe beyond the prior notification tolerances at the ground floor level. The conditional letter of support from the current occupiers of number 4, which I'm standing in the garden area of number 4 taking this photograph, have submitted a representation of conditional no objection. Their desire is to maintain vehicular access to the rear. Now, this is beyond the planning remit and can't be secured through this application. In addition, the local planning authority has responsibility to consider the living environment of any existing or future occupiers of this neighbouring property, and it is considered, notwithstanding their no objection, that the proposed development would be unacceptably unneighbourly. That's looking at number 4, so they have their that's the conservatory I took the photograph from. That's their garden area. This is a photograph from number 8, so we're now on the east side, and that's the balcony in question. You can see the extent of the ground floor element. This again would remain single storey, and the first floor element would start roughly there. I have another photo. That's number 4. This was the line of the original lean-to extension, but there was a conservatory there that may not have been original. The vertical yellow line is an indication where the first floor element will commence from. So this will be single storey here, and the first floor element will start there. Whilst the extension would be readily visible from the balcony of number 8, it's not considered that the outlook from this property would be significantly adversely affected given the measure of setting the first floor element over to this point. And that's a view up at the balcony area of number 8. To conclude, members, as per the recommended reason for refusal, it's considered that the proposed rear extension would be excessively bulky in appearance and would be unneighbourly in its impact on both number 4 and 8 Second Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have Mark Bryant, please? Thank you. You've got 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. My main concern is the bulkiness of the extension and the lack of light. No objection at all to it running in line with myself and my neighbour next door at number 10. It's just the lack of sun that the two-storey will block out as it drops in the evening. I've marked it, and it's about 3 o'clock. There will be no sun on the patio at all on number 10s. Other than that, apart from where it seems on that right-hand side, Miss Pinkney does refer to it as a conservatory. It was actually a greenhouse. So that will go out 8 metres when it should have just come out 6. So in my theory, it should have dog-legged. So he's proceeded out 2 metres further than he should have. Basically, that's it. Short and sweet.
Thank you. Can we have Mr. Matt Hoare, please? You've got 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Just a little quick background. I'm single parent, 2 children from a young age. I've met my new partner. She also has 2 children, and we've got a little one together. So the reason for the size of the extension is purely to help, like for housing. It's not for profit or gain. It's just purely to get the space we need. I looked round for some sort of affordable housing in Portsmouth. There's nothing available sort of for our family, as it's a large family. We've then looked around at, this was a derelict at the time, and we looked at the extensions that other people had done along the road, and there are at least 10 more that are a lot larger than what I'm asking for. I went to my planning consultant, Mr. Les Weems, and he come up with the design to hip the roofs, set the first floor extension in alongside Mr. Bryant's balcony, to sort of accommodate and make it as as good for both sides as possible. Number 4 have no objections. They've got full support. They've said it only overlooks their garaging. The fact that we look onto each other, like to their conservatory and my side door, that would be like that anyway. So they don't seem to have a problem. Mr. Bryant's comments on number 8, without being rude, I don't see them relevant on the basis that he has no planning, and it's been building control have been spoken with to do with his balcony. There should have been a glass screen on the balcony to stop looking into, obviously, my garden and other neighbours, and it says it shouldn't be habitable. So this still hasn't been signed off or completed. So his view that I'm stopping his view from his balcony, he ain't complied with Portsmouth Council's planning. As to his stopping the light on his rear brick-built extension, I understand there's an enforcement order on that, because that also is unlawful and has been built without any planning. There was a comment of the size of the property when Les looked at the site. Obviously, I went to him with the idea of this site. It sits on over 12,000 square feet, and the house is not even 1/10 taking of that the ground area. So he felt this was a good property, due to the fact that other properties along that road have all done large extensions, which I do agree it is a large extension, but I'm just doing a similar to other properties. The sunlight coming in is south-facing garden, and it comes from the east, goes round to the west, so it really is late afternoon before the sun stops any light. Obviously, Mr. Bryant is to the east side, so he gets the sun most of the day, or like I think it's to about 4 o'clock, and that is one of the reasons Les has set in the hipped roofs on the back and set the rear extension on the first floor in half its depth to accommodate for this. The only views for the balcony is of a rear industrial estate, which is Fitzherbert Spur. Other than that, the only views are into my garden, which obviously does concern me a little, but obviously that's what it is. I've put forward to the council, obviously said they were going to refuse this. I've gone back with 3 different plans. I've asked to extend the rear extension into the loft space to get 2 bedrooms, obviously, because the aim of this is to get enough bedrooms for the children. So I've put 3 different ways forward, and all have been refused. So we're struggling with that. Other than that, obviously, if we can't get a good decision today, obviously I'm in a situation where I need to create the space for my family, so I would have to look to appeal, which then would cause time, cost and money for myself and the council. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions please. Councillor Hugh Mason.
I think in judging this, we need to make a comparison with the 2000 and 2002 applications which have been built. How much further does this extension at first floor level extend than those do? So how much further is it going into the garden?
Councillors, This plan here shows the side elevation of number 8. So it came out 5 metres, which is similar to number 10 next door. So yes, that's showing the extent there, and there's a photograph there showing this is number 8 and that's number 10. So they've got a similar dual pitch design, and they've both come out 5 metres approximately. 8.7 metres. So whilst I've put these annotations on what's already been built, but that shows the existing rear elevation 8.7 metres to the end of the ground floor.
Sorry, that is only on the first floor. That is only for half of the.
Mr. We can't.
Oh, sorry.
You can't speak.
Sorry.
Yes, we obviously there's a single-storey element that's being left next to number 8.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. Could I ask the planning officer, if this had been an application which followed the line of number 10 and number 8, what do you think the likelihood is that it would have been recommended for approval as it carried the line on?
Each application is obviously dealt with on its own merits, but the principle of that depth in relation to other properties has been established fairly recently on the neighbouring 2 properties.
Thank you very much.
Members, any more questions, please? Councillor Hugh Mason.
On what I assume is the west side, there is an area between this and the neighbouring property. Does the plan require the baths room and the ensuite on the first floor, which are proposed, to have frosted glazing? Or will it be clear glazing?
Annotation hasn't been provided, Councillor, on any of the windows and doors. In the event that planning permission, if we felt we could support the application, then conditions could be imposed, certainly on ensuite, bathroom, utility room, and then there's a secondary window on the ground floor to the living room, and the kitchen is also secondary glazing. So it perhaps would be reasonable to consider those to be obscure glazed.
Yeah.
Any other questions, members? Comments, please. Councillor Lee Hunt.
May I move the officer's recommendation, please?
I think we've listened to the people who come and spoken to us. And I think we all will feel for the applicant. Our job, though, is to look at the property, because it could be somebody else's property in 6 months or whatever. And properties stay, people move. I'm sure that the planning officers could work with the applicant to see if we could find a way of jigging this to make it into a 5-bed, and I think I could see a way. But I think my concern is extending the line beyond where we are at number 8 and number 10, and therefore I'd support what the officers have recommended.
Any other comments, please? So is that only one proposal then, members? And the proposal is from Councillor Lee Hunt to go along with the officer's recommendations, seconded by Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson. All those in favour, please signify. 5, 6. Those against? 1. And an abstention, I'll take it, is 1. So the determination there is that the officer's recommendation is accepted, and that's refusal. Thank you.
Bit naughty this lot today. Bit naughty this lot today. Well, I think
Members, we now go on to item 4, which is Brunel House, number 42, The Hard. Can we have the Mr. Stephen Hinsley, please, to the table?
I'm sure they'll find a compromise with that, guys.
Thank you. I'm sure most members will be familiar with the site. This application relates to Brunel House. You will recall a previous application came before you in October 2018 for external alteration, 2017, sorry, for external alterations. This is a subsequent application for external alterations, which is a very similar proposal, but they have added detailing and external lighting, which was partly in response to the comments that were made at the October committee. So I'll just run through the site and the plans as now submitted. And just to remind you that the previous application is now at appeal for non-determination, but we don't yet have a start date for that appeal, so it's pending.
Chairman, my memory is that it came to this committee for a view about what our view would have been, even when the appeal had been lodged, and my memory was that we said that we were on the whole happy, but I think that's an important piece of context.
Yeah, that's right. So we report that recommendation that was made, that was January this year, so that recommendation was passed on to the inspector. So they have that information for when the appeal is started, but at the moment we haven't had the start date, so it's still at appeal.
Sorry, I had flu at that meeting, so I don't remember it well.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So in terms of the proposals, this is the front elevation. As I said, very similar to previous ones. The proposal is to replace the existing windows and the panels with full height glazed windows, aluminium framed windows, and green or grey coloured panels, as shown there. The difference with this scheme is that, and I'll show you some images later on that show it clearer, is that this proposal incorporates a lighting strip along the top here, and also proposes some LED lighting to the the ground floor entranceway, and additional detailing has been added here again, which I'll show on another slide in a minute. The rear elevation is similar to the front in that the windows would be replaced with glazing and coloured panels. The proposal on both sides is to keep the existing frame, clean it and repaint it an off-white colour, so that would be the framework of the existing building. The lift shaft at the top is being reduced in height by the removal of the current curved element, which is sort of surplus to requirements now. On the side elevations, the south side would remain as it is but cleaned, set to improve its appearance, and on the north side there would be a series of windows, one per floor, down the centre of the building installed. So this is the street view, which probably looks very similar to the one we had before. There has been an amendment here as well to the sort of detailing on the signage and the canopy, which I've got a better plan of in a minute. This is the nighttime view. So this shows the impact of the lighting that's being proposed, which is the LED lighting strip to the top and 2 LED strips to the entrance, as well as backlit panels in the entrance. In the entranceway, so that becomes a kind of feature of the building. And then what I've done here is provided the slightly sort of zoomed in images of the entrance, showing that they've also sort of showing some etch work on the glazing as well, as I said, to kind of make that more of a feature, particularly at night. Oh, excuse me, I think that's a previous slide which is no longer relevant, so I'll leave you with that image, and the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Mr. Stephen Hinsley, please. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I don't want to make a deputation as such. The officer's report is very full, and you know the history of the last application. So I don't really want to take up any of your valuable time at the moment with the deputation. If you do have any questions, obviously I can answer those for you.
Well, actually, they can't. But members' questions.
Thank you. And it is a question for the applicant. We had a proposal came to the last meeting, I think, and again it included a roof terrace, and our concern then was that it's used late at night, because if people are out late at night and noisy, it's a real problem for neighbours. And my memory was that we asked the applicant if they would voluntarily say it would be shut at, I think, at 11 o'clock at night. I know it's a completely different application, but I'm concerned here. This is a residential area, and I wondered if you, as the applicant, would be happy with a condition that said that there shouldn't be anybody out on the top roof, on the roof garden after 11 o'clock at night, just so that we make sure that we protect the amenity of other residents who live next door or in the close area.
Yes, I don't recall that being an issue at the last committee.
This wasn't your building.
Oh,
it was
I
a
see.
different building somewhere else in Portsmouth.
Yep,
But
sorry.
it has the similar issue.
Right. I mean, whether or not such a condition would be reasonable on the basis of what we're proposing at the moment, I don't think it would be a reasonable thing to ask for. All I would say is that a reasonable manager of the building would certainly ensure that there's not going to be any harm caused by loss of amenity from use of that space. But I don't think it's one for the planning committee to be able to control as such. Perhaps your officers can help me with that.
Thank you. So what we're discussing is something that we're not actually on the paperwork. Thank you. Questions, members, on what's in front of you, please. Councillor Hugh Mason.
Ground floor entrance. What will be the colouring of that entranceway? It looks as if it is going to be either brown or yellow or orange, whereas the majority of the building, the dominant colour is green. So, having been caught out on colours before in another building, I would like to be absolutely sure of the colour of of what is being proposed here.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. My understanding is that it is an orange colour, as it's shown there. We do have a condition on the application to approve the glass panels and details, so that can be confirmed at the condition stage anyway. But my understanding is that the green and the orange are the colours of choice.
Comments, please. Lee.
Joel, I'm really encouraged by this application. I'm very grateful that the developers and the applicants listened to the committee last time. And I think they've obviously gone away. They've looked at the very good work ongoing around the interchange, the new hotel coming behind, which is quite a dynamic-looking frontage, the Admiral's Quarter, and all the very good work that's going on. And Portsmouth aims to be a weekend destination break. And when people arrive on the train here or by ferry or from whichever mode of transport they choose to arrive, coach or whatever, they come here and they'll see this building. And it's with the lighting, and especially at night time, the artistic merit of the building, the look of the building is going to be hugely improved. And I'm sure once it's done, will add to the scene. Whereas before is rather demure, I thought. So very grateful to see this. Glad that they listened and understood concerns previously. And at the last meeting, I voted against it again. So I was very glad to see they come back with this, and I'm sure they're going to do it because it's going to look very good.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
I think Councillor Hunt proposed the officer's recommendation. If he did, I will second it. If not, I will propose it.
Thank you, Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Yeah, I'm happy with this, but I would like to propose an amendment that there is a condition placed on it that the roof garden should not be used after 11 o'clock at night. It's for the benefit of the local residents.
If I could advise the committee on that, taking aside the fact that the agent has also advised the committee on that, my advice would be consistent with the advice you've already been given on the reasonableness of that condition. Obviously, it is open to you as the planning committee to choose to impose a condition of that nature, but you should be mindful that the applicant has the right of appeal against any condition that the committee impose, and the test of reasonableness will be the test that an appeal decision is based on.
So would therefore entirely support my view.
Councillor Scott Harris Payne.
I know, sorry, Chair, it is a mouthful. You will get used to it. It's fine, don't worry. I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Hunt and Councillor Hugh Mason. Personally, I don't like the colour scheme of this building. You know, I've never been fond of orange for various reasons. But no, it's the orange, Lee, I don't really like. The green I'm okay with. No. Well, yeah, no one likes brown. I'm just not generally on the colour scheme, but it's a very positive step for the building itself, so I'm happy to support them.
Now
Purely in the interests of humour, I think we should all just be relieved that it's not blue. But I'm sure Scott appreciated that. As I said when we first looked at this, and one of the reasons that we asked the developer to come back with something slightly better was that it was a bit uninspiring, and I think it's slightly more inspiring. I still would prefer to see a new building on that site, but I think on balance, what's been brought forward is far more appropriate than was proposed previously, and I'll be happy to support it.
Right, now what this straight, the councillor that proposed this and the councillor that seconded this was to... Yes, exactly, but there we had a condition. Do you want that incorporated in your acceptance or not? No. Okay then. So we have one proposal for acceptance, and I believe then are we going to have a proposal for acceptance with the condition?
I'd like to do that, yes.
Is there a seconder?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Then it falls.
Councillors, back to Councillor Hunt and Councillor Hugh Mason's proposal and seconded to accept the officer's recommendation and allow the colourful lights. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Permission granted.
Thank you, Chairman, but I think we should be contacting Richard Lee at Environmental Health to make sure that they keep very close eye on what goes on that roof garden.
Your concerns are noted. Item 5, members, 23 to 31 St Rona's Road. The officer to present, please.
Thank you. This application relates to St Ronan's Care Home. I will just clarify the reason it was put on the agenda was we initially had a highway objection to the scheme, which was partly due to confusion over the number of staff proposed, which the applicant clarified through the process of the application. But I will explain the scheme, and it relates quite closely to a scheme we permitted previously back in 2008. So that shows the location of the care home, which is on the corner of Welsh Road and St Ronan's Road, just a bit further south to the Bluebell Care Home. It's a two-storey building with roof accommodation, which has been used as a care home, or at least in part, since the sort of 1980s, because I think that the various dwellings were converted over a period of time. These are some images of the front elevation as it currently is, which has a couple of front dormers, roof lights. You can see one of the doors is currently kind of boarded up with a white painted panel. At the rear of the site, it sort of has a series of very deep three-storey projections, which are all existing. The proposal, and that's just looking towards the closest of the neighbouring properties. You see the sort of projections on the neighbouring properties going north are very similar, and the other photo shows a view looking towards the nearest property in Welsh Road. So the proposal is for extensions to the care home, which would comprise on a front elevation removal of the existing dormers and construction of 5 new dormer windows, as you can see there. The panel over the door at ground floor level will be removed and replaced with a window, as would one of the doors further north here, also with a window to match. These proposals are all very similar to a scheme that was originally permitted in 2008, but that scheme was only partly implemented. So it could still be completed, but what's happened now is there's been a review of sort of internal needs for staff and residents. This scheme this scheme has come forward as slightly different, particularly in terms of the internal arrangement. It would increase the number of rooms to 48, I believe, which is an increase in 7. So at the rear elevation, there's 2 infill extensions, and they would be built out to the same depth as the existing projections, which again was permitted back in 2008. And then there would be a lift shaft extension up here. And this image just is a bit misleading. It looks a lot bigger than it is. It's quite narrow in depth, so, and is set a long way back on the roof space. So although it's not the best design there, it is a necessary feature, and it's not considered that it would be visually harmful to the site or surroundings. And again, a similar sort of structure has been previously permitted. And this is just an image of the top floor, just to show how some of the arrangements would create new rooms for residents, some larger bedrooms, so to meet sort of modern standards. So, as I explained, the applicant has now clarified that in terms of the number of staff, it would be no greater than would have been allowed with the 2008 scheme. So, although there's no parking associated with a care home, there's nowhere to put parking, because we've already permitted a certain level of staff, and this wouldn't increase it any further and would in fact have less rooms than what the 2008 scheme did. It's considered that an objection can't be sustained on highway grounds, and the application has been recommended for permission. Thank you.
Thank you. And members, we're going to go straight to questions. So there are no deputies. Then we'll go to comments. Councillor Hugh Mason.
I think from what I have seen, this is a good scheme. It is tidying up the streets scene. It is making the care home more viable. I think that it is worthy of approval, and so I propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Hunt.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, let's face it, we want to house people who are growing older and have dementia issues and so on in local areas, rather than shipping them out. So we're going to increase that capacity for our city here. So I'm very happy to second it.
Thank you. Councillor Geminu, you're okay? Councillor Gerald's okay? So the one proposal then is to accept the officer's recommendations, and that was from Councillor Hugh Mason, seconded by Councillor Lee Hunt. Members, are we all in favour? Show by. You are unanimously. Permission's granted. Members, I'm going to call a short break. We've done 2 hours and a comfort break, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, be aware that the filming still carries on. Members, we're now going to move on to item 6, which is 5 Ophir Road. Can we have Lucy Fryer, please, and Emma Baker to the microphones.
Thank you. This is an application for the conversion of a property to a 7-bedroom house in multiple occupation. The site is number 5 Ophir Road, which lies on the south side of the road, quite close to the junction with London Road to the east. It was originally a 3-bed terrace house. In 2017, planning permission was granted to allow it to be used as either a house or a single dwelling or a house in multiple occupation for up to 6 persons. This application is now seeking permission for a 7-bedroom HMO, and to facilitate that, which I'll show you in a minute with the floor plans, they are building currently, as you'll see with these pictures, the scaffolding in the pictures is number 5, currently building a dormer window and a single-storey rear extension. The applicants did provide plans of those works, and they have been measured and confirmed that works fall under permitted development and don't need planning permission in their own right. So the application is solely for the change of use. So this is pictures, the front elevation showing the property with the scaffolding in place. And there's a photo there showing that there is a front forecourt which is an adequate size to accommodate refuse bins. And then, apologies for the state of the picture at the back. That is a picture through the back window of the property showing the garden in its current condition where the building work is taking place. But it is a reasonable sized garden with space for an outbuilding. And I don't really have, I only have these 2 photos of the internal. I did have more, but they were of a poor quality because the whole house is gutted. That you can't really get any feel for the rooms because they're all stripped, and some of them the windows were covered, so it was dark. But that just gives you an idea of the size of the types of rooms in there. I think the first picture there is what would be the ground floor bedroom, and the other one is one of the upper floor bedrooms. So the renovation is all in progress. This shows the floor plans of the property as it was originally.
Do we have copies of the floor plans?
Oh, yes. Apologies.
I'm sure Alan needs something to do.
We can't get the staff, sorry.
We do.
Don't let me stop you.
Yeah, so this is the property as it would have been originally, with 3 bedrooms well, quite a fairly standard terrace house. Sorry, what's going on here? Okay, yep, right. And this is the proposed floor plans. So you see that the rear of the property is being extended with a part single-storey rear extension. That would create the kitchen and communal living space for the 7 occupants. There would be 2 bedrooms at ground floor level, each with an ensuite bathroom. At first floor level, there would be a further 3 bedrooms, 2 of which would have ensuite bathrooms, and there would be a separate communal bathroom at the top of the stairs. And then in the second floor level within the dormer extension would be a further 2 bedrooms, each with ensuite bathrooms. I've included the room sizes on the slide here, and there's also all set out in the report. You will note that the bathroom is undersized, the 1 communal bathroom, but on the basis that there are en-suites to all rooms but 1, this is not considered to be such a significant issue to warrant refusal, and the private sector housing team also don't have concerns about that issue, as all of the bedrooms, as said, bar 1, would have their own ensuite. So in terms of the size of the communal space, that does meet the standards. It's 27.5 metres squared, and the required minimum size is 27 metres squared. All of the rooms meet the minimum size either for a single or double occupancy, but the applicant has confirmed that they only intend to have 7 occupants, and we have put a condition on to that effect that it would only be for 7 occupants. So the recommendation, HMO count, in this particular area, it's only the application property that is known to be an HMO, so that amounts to 1.8% of properties in a 50-metre radius. So the area is not an area where there's already an imbalance. So taking that into account and the space standards, the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy Fryer, please. You've got 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name's Lucy Fry of Canny Property Solutions Limited. Can you hear me? I'm here, obviously, to support the application of this property from C4 to sui generis. I thought I'd like to do 3 things, really. One is I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself, since I think this is the first time we've met, for sure. Secondly, to give you some insight into what we've done to the property. And thirdly, why I think that this planning application should be approved. So first of all, if perhaps those could be passed down that way, you can indeed see some pictures of the property as it was. I first started investing in property in 2004, and I'm accredited landlord with both the National Landlords Association and the Residential Landlords Association. My team in Portsmouth is almost certainly familiar to many of you. It includes Alex Venables of the South Coast Property Sourcing, who is my project manager on the ground, and John McDermott of the Town Planning Experts, of which Emma Baker is his colleague. What I do is I create successful HMOs, which I regard as being both a science and an art. It's a science because everything in the property has to actually work, as you will appreciate. Doors must not squeak, ovens, showers, washing machines all have to work properly. But it's also an art because how do you create somebody's favourite place to be, somewhere where they'd like to be more than anywhere else? It's a question of applying ambience, decor, acoustics, and furnishings that turns a building into an expression of comfort, pleasure, and sanctuary. I'm doing these homes for young, mobile, well-salaried millennials, people who enjoy companionship and want a high standard of living, but who don't want the financial burden of home ownership, nor the DIY or administrative burdens which come alongside with owning a property. So in terms of Ophir Road in particular, I have attached some photographs of the property as it was for you. I've also attached some pictures, not of an after, I wish it were, but these are examples from similar properties and gives a feel of what we are doing there. The property was purchased last year in an extremely dilapidated state. It was unmortgageable because it had no kitchen, so only a professional investor like me with funds could possibly have bought that property. So what we are doing is we've removed a broken down glass lean-to at the back and replacing it with a modern extension. We're putting a new staircase into the attic and creating 2 extra bedrooms into a dormer extension. We've removed chimney breasts to make sure our occupants have the maximum room available to them. We've refurbished the existing bathroom, and we're putting in no less than 6 en-suites and, of course, a shiny new kitchen. We have tried to think of everything and to make sure that each person has enough of everything. What that means in the communal area is things are better by 2s, 2 hobs, 2 kitchens, 2 sinks, 2 extractor fans, 2 washing machines, and enough space in the fridges and freezers for each occupant to have space they can call their own, and ditto in the kitchen cabinets. The standard of finish is extremely high. We install hard-wearing and heavy-grade kitchen units and worktops, together with hygienic and beautiful hard floors. We have a hardwired LD2 addressable fire alarm system, fire blankets, and exit lighting. We use passive infrared lighting and intelligent thermostats to manage energy consumption, since going green is a passion and a part of being a responsible citizen. We also have separate electric circuits, so if one room fuses, the rest of the house is left untouched. We have heavy-grade plumbing, so that 7 people, if they so chose, to run the washing machines and all showers simultaneously, could do so without loss of power or heat. We provide everything. We've provided the crockery, the cutlery, the mats, the cooking utensils, right down to the corkscrew and the wine glasses. In the bedrooms, we have soft carpeting for soundproofing, hotel-grade beds, which are heavy-duty and, of course, comfortable, TV brackets, lots of storage, desks, USB ports, and, of course, the essential wireless mesh network to ensure that our occupants are able to work and play. The reason for this is that they are usually working occupants. To that extent, to reassure the neighbours, I would say that a number of things. First of all, there's no change to the street view. Secondly, our occupants are professionals. They are not going to be partying till 2 in the morning because they too also have to get up for work. So why do I think this application should be approved? When investing in property, the sums at risk are high. Often a lifetime of savings are laid on the line. Build projects go awry and markets crash. Profit margins are tight and the timescales are long. The cost of launching 5 Ophir Road is something in the region of £380,000, and it will take a minimum of 10 years to recoup that money, by which time further refurbishment will be required. Only those comfortable with risk take on this sort of project, and those who subsequently occupy the house are the beneficiaries of that entrepreneurial verve. I'm telling you this because the ability and indeed the willingness to create accommodation at this high standard is made possible in HMOs by the presence of the 7th bedroom, the magical extra bedroom. In the case of Ophir Road, the income from the 7th bedroom provides the financial wriggle room and the lubricant which allows me to create a house like the ones shown before you instead of a lower grade offering. That 7th person allows the living standards of all the occupants of the house to be significantly higher than would be possible otherwise. As a result, I am today seeking permission for 5 Ophir Road to be classified as a sui generis property, and I trust you will look upon my application favourably. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Emma Baker, please.
Thank you, members, officers, ladies and gentlemen. Members, you have a detailed report before you which goes through all the key considerations. I merely wish to reinforce the key points. You have a detailed policy relating to the determination of HMO applications, and in this your officers confirm that this development meets all parts of this policy. Your highways officers confirm that impact to on-street parking and transport has been addressed and is considered as acceptable. Your private sector housing officers have assessed this application and consider the quality of accommodation acceptable. Therefore, the professional advice before you is that planning permission be granted. In respect to the objections that we have heard, all the points raised are dealt with by your detailed report. Members are reminded that HMO-type accommodations provide an important supply of cost-effective living accommodation for those starting on the property ladder for the first time. Given this weight of evidence, our client will request that planning permission is granted for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you both. If you could switch your microphones off. Members, you've heard questions. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Ooh, thank you. So on page 35, page 61 or 35, whichever you look at it, in the top paragraph, the Waste Management Office has commented that the applicant would need to apply for communal waste collection, and it's considered there is sufficient space on site to accommodate the required communal sized bins. But where would that be?
That would either be within the rear garden or the front forecourt. So there is quite a fairly good sized garden at the back there, and there is space within the forecourt at the front.
So if it's in the rear garden, great. But we don't know where it's going to be, is I think what you're saying.
Yeah, we don't know for sure where exactly it would be stored.
Thank you.
Members, if there's not any question. Oh.
Following on from Lee's question, if it's in the garden, and it's one of these big metal things on wheels, you can't wheel it through a house. How does it get out for the bin men to collect it? Because it'll have to come for a special collection, because that's what they do with these big metal ones.
Well, as I said, there is the front forecourt as well. What we could do, if members were concerned about this, is by condition, ask for details of the actual storage area within the front forecourt to be submitted to us.
Councillor Mason.
That was my question about how the front forecourt we could ensure that it was not just full of one large bin overflowing. So that's been answered. They're going to.
Comments, please.
But this is the problem. I accept everything that's been said, Mr. Pryor, and is, you know, really great deputation, very encouraging. It's what we've been campaigning for 2 or 3 years now. But it is the look of the building. If we have one of these big communal bins at the front, that's not going to go down at all well. So, you know, I don't know if you could get some clarification about this. From a member of the committee, would like to hear about what is going to happen. Previously, we have had clarification from deputations. I know we stopped one earlier, but I would really like to know about this, because this is a critical point for me on this particular application, Mr. Chairman.
I will ask for clarification if either of the two deputies can tell us what size bins and where they're going to be. Thank you.
My understanding is that they are normal size bins kept out the back in the garden. Well, I say normal, but they're not the huge commercial ones.
Are they wheeled through the house?
Yes. They'll be in the front garden.
And so, if I may continue, so I'd like to put a condition on, if it's appropriate, Ms Upton Brown, that the bin storage should be in the rear garden, not in the front forecourt. Is that a reasonable condition to put on?
I think in terms of the reasonableness, you've already got a six-person HMO that has a bin. You're dealing with one additional person, and the additional requirement for refuse storage resulting from that one additional person. Obviously, at the moment, they can store their bins where they like, and I would suggest that it probably wouldn't be reasonable to say that they have to store it in a specific place. A reasonable approach would be to deal with it in the way Rebecca has suggested, that we add a condition just requiring those details to be approved, and then if it's technically possible for it to be in the back garden, then we can seek to secure that.
Yes, I think that that's what I would like to do then, if that's right. Thank you very much for the advice, both of you. I mean, it really is the issue with these, which we have to accept over a long period of time, the business, that market's fallen into disrepute around these sorts of issues, and it's improving very rapidly now. So I wait to see what my other colleagues say before I decide what to do.
Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Chair. A bit of a trip down memory lane for me, this one, because I grew up in Oriel Road, which is the next road along, and the house layouts are very similar. The forecourts do have quite adequate depth to them. We had a large hedge, and we're still back in the 70s and early 80s storing quite large bins in the front forecourt that were able to be accommodated there, so I'm not as worried as others, but I do understand why they're raising those questions. I think we've had a really strong deputation from somebody who's obviously very passionate about what they do today, and I echo Councillor Hunt's words in saying that we've been wanting to see better standards come forward, and we do appreciate the economic value of a seventh bedroom very much. It's when that seventh bedroom has been crammed in inappropriately that the committee has been raising concerns, and that's obviously not the case here. So I'd like to commend the applicant in bringing a very strong proposal to us today, and I'm happy to recommend the officer's recommendation, to support the officer's recommendations.
Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Yeah, Chairman, we've been trying to make sure that we drive out the very bad conversions that cram them in and drive up quality. People need somewhere to live, and I would support this application because it seems to me that this is an example of where it looks as if it's going to be done properly.
Thank you. So let me get it straight. Lee, was it you? Would it want to propose it, or? Okay, so then. Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I thought my arm was going to fall off then. Quite frankly, it's a very good application for HMO. I have to admit, I've seen much worse. This is probably one of the best ones I've actually seen come to this committee. I do have concerns about the waste management. I just want to know what the current waste management is actually at the moment, because that's not very clear. They're saying obviously in the report it's common the applicant needs to apply for a communal waste collection. I mean, is there a communal waste collection at the moment, or is it just being collected as normal? Because obviously, as you know, Chair, this road is quite tight. You know, getting cars in and out, that does worry me. So what is the current waste collection management at the moment?
As I understand, I think it's the seventh occupant that makes it require the communal waste rather than the normal waste, because that's the sort of comments we get from our waste management officer when we get these size of properties.
I'd happily support the application on the basis that the additional information that we require is in there. I mean, but I do have some concerns still.
Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Chair. This certainly has been a very formidable application, and it's nice to see the philosophy behind it from Ms. Fryer. However, the sort of clientele that they're hoping to attract to this top-class accommodation are obviously young business millennials, I think we call them these days. I'm not convinced that every one of them will not have a car. And this is going to impact on the local people. Whether we accept it or not, it's a fact. At least 50% of them will have a car. Whether you're not that far from bus stops, I agree. People will still, if they're this professional type of people, they will have a car. And this is going to impact on all our city. Always ignoring the fact that the parking seems to be nothing to think about.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Councillor Galloway is entirely right. People will have cars, and I am the first to try to make sure we get more car parking. But this is a planning application to move, as I understand, from a 6-bedroom property to a 7-bedroom property. In this committee, I have fought proposals where there wasn't enough on-street car parking. But here there is no possibility of creating on-street car parking. It's just, unless you knock next door's house down, then it's not possible. I therefore think we need to work in the realms of reality that if we actually turn this down by increasing by 1 bedroom just for the car parking, I'd have thought our chances of being able to defend this at appeal are zero, and therefore I don't think we should put the council to the expense of doing that, even though I agree with everything that Colin has said in terms of parking, but as usual the law is an ass, but we have to work within the law.
I think what's important too from people looking in on this is we have a sui generis application here which does not breach the SPD. It's very important that people understand that this application, if it goes through, will be different to others that we see that do breach the SPD. So we're guided by the SPDs that we look at in this particular, i.e. the 10% rule.
Thank you, Councillor. So the proposition is to accept the officer's recommendation, and that was from Councillor Steve Pitt, seconded by, I believe, Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson. All those in favour, please signify. Thank you. That's unanimous. And permission's granted. Thank you both for coming.
Chair, is that with the condition? Chairman, sorry, is that with the added condition about refuse storage?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, this is an application again for a 7-bedroom sui generis house of multiple occupation, this time at number 16 Stubbington Avenue. The location of the property there is on the south side of Stubbington Avenue, which is between the junctions of Emsworth Road and Drayton Road. The property received planning permission in November 2014 to go from a single dwelling to a mixed use of either a dwelling or a C4 HMO, which would have allowed its occupancy by up to 6 persons. This is the front of the property. Similar to Ophir Road, although I think even larger, is a front forecourt there, which shows bins currently stored and obscured from the frontage by the front boundary hedge. This property has already been fully renovated and completed as its 7-bedroom property. So the photographs I've got are examples of the standard of accommodation that's been created. So this is the communal lounge, kitchen and dining area. So there's a large kitchen which could be kitchen dining, and then there's also the lounge area which could be a lounge or a dining room adjoining that. And these are a couple of images of the bedrooms as they've been completed. So you can see they've been carried out to a high standard. So going around the site visit, it was clear it was a high standard of accommodation. And some examples here of the bathrooms. So the photo on the left is the communal bathroom, and then there's some images of examples of the en-suites which are attached to 4 of the bedrooms. So in terms of the floor space, this is the existing floor plan, which was a 4-bedroom property, and this has since been, as I said, renovated and converted to create this, which is a proposed floor plan. So you'd have at ground floor level the kitchen and dining area and lounge and 2 bedrooms, and each of those bedrooms have en-suites. At first floor level, there would be a further 3 bedrooms, one of which has an en-suite and a separate communal bathroom. And at second floor level, there would be 2 bedrooms, one with an en-suite and the other one with a bathroom here, which could be accessed by other residents because it's not immediately attached to room 6. You'll note from the floor areas in the report that all of the bedrooms meet the size requirement, most of them being over 10 square metres, most of them meeting the double occupancy standard of 11.5 square metres. And the communal areas also meet the standards. The communal bathroom is very slightly below, being 3.7 metres squared rather than 3.74. So that's, again, given that a number of the rooms also have en-suites and there is a second communal bathroom at second floor level, that is not considered to be such a significant concern. Private sector housing are also comfortable with the layout and the room sizes. In terms of the number of HMOs in the area, just while we're on this application, I'll just explain that the next application that will be presented is for number 2 Stubbington Avenue. The 50-metre radius areas don't overlap, so there's no... The properties counted in this count and for compared to the properties counted for number 2 are separate. So in this particular case, there are known to be 3 HMO properties in the 50-metre radius, which amounts to 4.7%. So it's not in an area that's already imbalanced by HMOs, and therefore the application accords with the policy PCS 20. The recommendation is therefore for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have Mr. Nicholas Atkins, and you've got 6 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Atkins from Fairlead Property. I'm a property investor and developer mainly in Portsmouth with a focus on creating high-quality accommodation. I'm accredited landlord with the Right to Rent scheme here in Portsmouth and with the NLA. I really focus on creating high-quality luxury accommodation to create a fantastic experience for professional tenants. And I think that 16 Stubbington Avenue is an excellent example of this. I mean, it's an exceptional property in terms of its size. The average bedroom size in the property is 13.5 square meters. The smallest is 11, and the largest is 16.5 square meters. It's being done to a very high standard. There are 4 en suites and 2 separate bathrooms. I think we lost a bathroom in the report, and I think that, to be fair to Rebecca, I think at that time the bathroom was locked by the tenant, so she wasn't able to actually look at it. But that additional bathroom shown on the plans on the second floor is 2.9 square meters, so it's a large. So we have 4 en suites and 2 separate bathrooms for 7 bedrooms. The communal space is 36 square meters, which is very large, and it's a great space for the tenants to congregate for, food preparation and just relaxing. The property is done up to a very high standard in terms of all safety procedures. It has an LD2 addressable alarm system, and there are other features of the property which make it very appropriate for an HMO. There's a large back garden with a back entrance, so the bicycles can come through the back entrance. 2 storage areas for the bikes. And then, as mentioned, there's a large front forecourt, which is currently used for the bins, where we would intend to use for the larger bins, and it's hidden by quite a large hedge. I think, obviously we're asking for a marginal increase from 6 to 7 occupants. We're focusing on young professionals who will be, very good tenants. And I think the property itself has been confirmed to be of high quality, not only by Rebecca when she went by, but when Lorna Eastwood and Claire Green went by in November, they commented very favourably on it. And also I've had a first visit from the HMO licensing officer, Beth Colvin, who also gave it the green light as far as she was concerned. So, thank you for your consideration. I hope you approve the application.
Thank you. Can we have Emma Baker, please?
In light of the detailed report provided and my client's deputation, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now ask Councillor Rob New, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here representing local residents. So Stubbington Avenue is one of those roads that falls slightly just outside of my ward and within my ward. But I know this property intimately because 2 of my good friends recently sold it. And so therefore, after meeting with residents actually over the last couple of months, because I think we were first informed about this around October, when people started to come forward with concerns. And I think actually Councillor Hunt's raised some good points on the previous application, which also I feel would be applicable to this. And also under the summary of main issues should be considered by the committee when they are making a decision on this application. And this property is very grand inside. It's like a stately home. It's very, very nice. And although it's large, I think going from a 4-bed house to a 7-bed house is just a little bit too far in this case. And I say that because the previous people that sold this property, one of the reasons why they moved was to do with parking. Now, this is the end of Stubbington Road that comes up towards North End. It feels like it's even more congested here than it is further on down in the actual Copner end, and that's actually been the basis of most of the concerns from local residents along here. But also as well, the previous people that owned this property, because there is a large forecourt here, what they did, thinking they were being good neighbours, is they constructed a very small, obscure bike storage facility and bin shed. Enforcement action was then taken by the planning department to have it removed because they'd built it not aware that they needed permission because it was on their forecourt, but it was hidden by because there's an obscuring hedge along the front. And I think that added to their woes in this area because they'd both decided that they were going to use their cars far less, they were going to use cycles to get to work, etc. And I just think in this area it does have an impact, and I think Councillor Hunt, the point you made about bins is quite right. You know, people don't want to see unsightly bins around, and And people are concerned around this, and it is strange because, as I say, it just happened to be that I do know this property very, very well because my friends and I've socialised here on a lot of occasions, but it does fall slightly outside of my ward. But I do think that consideration should be given to this. And also, with regards to the back garden, if you go back to the overall plans, you can see it's not actually a large space. It's quite small because there's a large kitchen as a ground floor extension, which actually takes half of that garden space up. So at best, it's a small area for smokers. And although obviously you can't determine the types of people that would be moving in there, I think it would be a desperate shame to see this property here to be lost as a family home or in its current condition to become a just sui generis HMO.
Thank you. Members, questions, please. Councillor Hugh Mason.
One concern I have is how bedroom number 2, ground floor, is lit, because it appears that its windows lead out into a covered area with only a small skylight. So, what is the lighting for bedroom number 2?
Yeah, there is a sort of the windows and doors in that position give the light through. Yeah, just with the light from the skylight. So, when I looked in that bedroom, it didn't appear as a particularly dark room. But I don't believe I've got a photograph of that particular room. Actually, yeah, that may be bedroom number 2 there. Actually, it is. Yeah, that is bedroom number 2 on the right hand side. So it is quite a large door.
Right, so it's a large glass doors, and there is a sufficiently large skylight that there will be natural light in there.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Lee Hunt.
Just following what Councillor New has said, I mean, you may have better information than me. I thought that this was a C3, C4, because he said it'd be a shame to lose it as a family dwelling house. Is it currently being used as a family dwelling? What's its authorised use?
It has an authorised use as either a family dwelling or a mixed-use HMO, or an HMO.
But reading the report, listening to what you say, it's currently being used as a C4 HMO.
Well, actually, it's currently already converted to a 7-bedroom, but so it's already able to be used as an HMO.
So what is its... I know it's where its authorised use is. When you visited, what was it? Is there a family in there, or is there 6 unrelated people that you're aware of?
There was nobody in there, but the rooms, it was set out as a HMO.
Yeah, but he said the bathroom was locked because an occupant was in there using it.
So, yeah, if we can clarify.
Yes, it is being used as an HMO. The HMO application was made in October. There are 3 tenants, actually 4 now.
Gerald.
Thank you. Following on from Hugh's question, I'm looking at the dining room on the ground floor. Could you tell me where the windows are for that dining room?
That dining, well, there isn't. It leads through to the kitchen, which has the large doors out into the garden. So I've got photos of that room. There, so you can see it's just opens through into the kitchen.
But apart from any light that comes through another room, it has no natural light at all.
It's a... Sorry.
Sorry, can I clarify?
Yeah. Could because the plan as I could see it says that there are no windows into that room. And I can see that in your photo the electric lights are on and there is a gap, but I'm worried about having because the kitchen is for cooking, and this is the living area, and a living area with no windows is a concern.
Is it okay if the applicant just...
Yeah,
I
I'd be very helpful.
Can't recall whether there was a roof light in that room or a window, but as far as I remember, it went straight through to the kitchen.
Are there any windows?
Yes, there's a small strip of window just above the door frame. There's a small strip of window. I mean, it must be about 50 to 70 centimetres going across. So it does get natural light.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Comments, members? Gerald.
Having had that reassurance, this already has planning permission to be a 6-bedroomed house as an HMO. It is already, by the decision of this council, no longer a family house. To increase it by 1 when it meets all the space standards, I can't see a reason to turn this down, and therefore it seems to me it leaves no other option than to say yes.
Thank you. So we have a proposition to accept the officer's recommendation. Is that seconded? Is that a second? Members? Oh.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's quite important that we do, when deputies have addressed specific concerns, try and find some answers to those questions. Councillor New did raise some questions about this, the previous removal of cycle and bin storage in the front garden. And I think with the size of that front garden, it seems very strange to me when we get other applications come in where we're specifically saying where are the bikes going to go and where is the cycle storage and where is the bin storage, and yet on this one we hear that it used to have cycle and bin storage, which has now been removed, and there's no requirement in the conditions for any to be introduced. Now, the difference between this and the previous application was that was already a C4 going to a sui generis. This is a C3 C4, so at the point when it ceased to become just a family home, it might not have been deemed important enough to include cycle or bin storage because it had that alternate use. Now it's clearly going to be used only as an HMO. Surely the cycle and bin storage issue is more pertinent.
I can clarify. I mean, in terms of the cycle storage, you can see in the photograph there of the rear garden, there's at least 2 outbuildings there that can be used for cycle storage, and there is rear access, so that's considered sufficient. Like Ophir Road, it is possible to impose a condition if felt required in terms of a covered bin storage area if that was felt needed. But as I said, it was clear from the site visit and that photograph there that bins are currently simply stored out in the forecourt.
But, Chairman, I think Councillor Peters brought a very sensible thing forward, because it would be entirely within the owner's rights, as I understand it, to knock those outbuildings down, and therefore they wouldn't exist. Therefore, we'd be a bit stuck. Therefore, it is sensible to put in a condition in terms of use, just so that we're thinking ahead for the future.
That is possible, yeah.
So, members, with a condition.
So what about the bin storage, bins, etc.? Because, I have a house and I take my bins out once a week. I don't store them in the front garden. This is a front garden. Don't need to be stored in the front garden. Can we get them to store the refuse in the back garden until it's ready to be taken out on the day that the bins are collected?
I would suggest, members, that if you're concerned about the way bins and cycles are stored now and in the future, that you reasonably, should you decide to grant a planning permission, attach conditions to it requiring those details to be submitted to and approved by and then permanently retained.
So I'm sure that that's now incorporated into the proposition on the left. Is it?
Yes.
Good.
So at the moment we have a proposal to accept the officer's recommendation with a condition that the cycle storage and rubbish bin storage is as
described by Mr.
described by, yeah. Right. That was seconded by Hugh Mason, was proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson. All those members in favour, please.
I think you guys should make your minds up.
What was the... You? Yes? No?
I don't think they can make their minds up.
Yeah. So those in favour of the officer's recommendation to grant this permission, please raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against the officer's recommendations? 4. Yeah, well, I'm going to go with this because the concern of quite a few members was the parking, and if you're local, you know that the council car park just up the road, it's only like 50 metres, becomes free after 6 o'clock. So that actually has swayed me into saying this should be granted. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move from 16, we come back to number 2 Stubbington Avenue. And there are no objectors and no applicants and no councillors, so we go straight to the officer, please.
Right, good afternoon, members. This application relates to number 2 Stubbington Avenue. So as described by Rebecca, this is located on this corner plot here with Stubbington Avenue running east-west, London Road. You have the access into the car park that I think the chairman was referring to, and you have the London Road North End District Centre just in there. I'll just draw your attention to the supplementary matters sheet, which sets out receipt of 3 further letters of objection following publication of the Planning Committee reports. So the proposal is for the change of use of the building, which has been used in the past for various office and medical uses, to a 7-bedroom house in multiple occupation with external alterations to include construction of a dormer, boundary wall and side extension. You may recall that a similar application was heard in October last year for the change of use of the property to an 8-bedroom house in multiple occupation. However, that was refused, with the reasons for refusal relating to the design and appearance of a side extension, the inadequate communal facilities within the building for future occupiers, and the impact on the special protection areas in the absence of appropriate mitigation. So whilst you must consider all of the aspects of this application, you should be focusing on those 3 reasons for refusal and whether this proposal overcomes those concerns. So the previous application was not refused on principle, and on the basis that there's only one other house in multiple occupation within the surrounding area, it's considered that the area is not already imbalanced by HMO uses and the proposal would not result in an imbalance. As such, the proposal was considered to be acceptable in principle and remains as it did last year. This is a floor plan just showing the internal layout at present. Work has already... yes, there should be. So I'm not sure there's the existing... Yes, there will be. But it's not particularly relevant, I don't think, given that the use was so different. So this is the proposed ground floor. You will note that it contains 2 bedrooms, a communal lounge area into an open garden. There's a downstairs bathroom, and this differs from the previous application in that the bedroom to the rear has now been converted to part of the communal space and joined on to the dining area. At first floor level, there are 4 bedrooms and it's 4 bedrooms, and then at roof level a further bedroom and a large bathroom. With the reconfiguration of the ground floor, it's considered that the property would now provide an acceptable standard of living accommodation for future occupiers and overcomes the previous reason for refusal on amenity grounds. Now, externally, the alterations include dormers to the side elevation, where these are the same as proposed previously and no objection was raised to these elements, and then a side extension to the building here. Just for clarity, the proposal does not seek to retain or modify the existing unlawful structure that was considered and refused by the Planning Committee in October. This proposal proposes the construction of a new side extension following the demolition of that existing structure. It's considered to be acceptable in this instance as it would include a closer match to the external brickwork, brick detailing to the windows and to the corner, which is a match to the existing building, more appropriately proportioned windows and a more appropriate roof pitch. This is just a comparison with the scheme that was refused last year, and what is proposed. The detailing around the window does stand out. However, there is a planning condition suggested that we would get samples of these materials so that it matched closely to this existing rear projection. And again, just for clarity, you're not being asked to consider the retention of this structure. You're considering the construction of a side extension following the removal of that. Members, you have a detailed report in front of you, and for the reasons set out, it's considered that this proposal overcomes the previous reasons for refusal and comes with a recommendation of conditional permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, questions, please. Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, Gary. Can you go back to the radius for me? What is the small? What is that number on the corner on the other side of the road? On the road with the bowling club?
That one there?
No, the other side.
15.
That's 15. Okay, no worries.
So that's one of the HMOs that was included within the last application for the application Rebecca was dealing with.
Yeah. Okay. I was just that's point of clarification because I wasn't sure where we crossed over. I just wanted to know roughly where it was. Okay, thank you.
Gerald.
So, Gary, can you do us the count then of how many HMOs? So it looks as if there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings on the bottom, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the top, which makes 13. If one of them is already an HMO, this would push it over the limit of 10%.
There are 26 properties within a 50-metre radius.
26.
There are not 26 dots on that plan because this is taken from our gazetteer, our GIS system. Each one of those dots can represent flats. So there are a number of those properties within that circle that are divided into flats.
Okay.
Within that 50-metre radius, there are 26 properties. With this proposal, there would be 2 houses of multiple occupation, which is a percentage of 7.69%.
Okay, thank you.
Scott.
Gary, am I right in thinking that on the left-hand side of the road, which would be if you were walking down towards the side of the bowling club, they are flats? I mean, I'm probably out of about 4 or 5 of those properties.
That is correct. There are a number of properties within that circle that have been subdivided. However, each one of those flats is considered to be a Class C3 dwelling house by definition in planning terms and is considered counted as an individual dwelling for the purposes of the count.
Comments, members? Yes, yes.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things. One, just drawing attention to the fact that in this application we very clearly have associated cycle and refuse storage, which is what we were seeking in the previous one, and I still don't quite understand why it was in one and not in the other. But also the irony of the fact that the more flats there are in an area, and therefore the greater the demand on car parking, the more likely it is that we're going to approve an HMO on the count data, because it's more likely that there will be under 10% of properties in an area. So in other words, the worse the problem is, the more likely it is that we add to the problem. And I think that's the point that Colin was making earlier on, in that the 2 things make no intuitive sense to me whatsoever. And the planning inspector, I know, would say that an HMO would not add to the parking situation, but it does seem absolutely bonkers that if those dots all represented single properties, we would be turning it down, but because they represent multiple properties with more people living in it, we won't be turning it down, even though we're making the problem worse.
I would suggest a review of the SPD.
No comment.
Chair, one of the things that's welcome on this application is that there are 2 car parking spaces at the front, but my concern is about the side extension, where could we get to the picture of the dodgy one? That's it, yeah. That dodgy one, as I understand it, just replaced a conservatory. and I think it would have been a much better use of that space as a car parking space, because then we would have been able to mitigate some of the problems associated with this. And I'm disappointed that that hasn't happened. I absolutely recognise that the work that Gary and his colleagues have done have produced a plan for something that looks better, but what would have been even better is off-street car parking. And for that reason, I'm not sure I'm happy with this.
Councillor, I'll just remind you of the location of this. There are 2 off-road parking spaces, and this is again adjacent to a PCC car park, which is free after 6 o'clock.
Until it is sold off.
Scott.
Just want to make it clear, Chair, that there's no plans to sell the car park off, as far as I'm aware, as the ward councillor, and probably Seamus yourselves. You know, no, I've been told, Councillor Hunt. You know, we all talk to each other in our ward. I'm not yours. You know.
Councillor, seriously, we haven't had a proposition.
I'm happy to propose that we turn this down because of the lack of car parking and because of that side area could be made into one.
Any other proposals, please? Councillor Hugh Mason.
Let's be realistic. I remember turning down Merton Road, where there were something like 24 flats and about space for 2 cars, and we were overturned by the Planning Inspectorate. We would be overturned by the Planning Inspectorate were we to turn this down on car parking grounds. I propose the officer's recommendation.
We have 2. Can I have a seconder for that?
Yes.
I've got 2 seconders. Did I get a seconder for Councillor Gerald Varner Jackson's? No. Right, members, we have 1 proposition, that is from Councillor Hugh Mason to accept the officer's recommendation and grant permission, seconded by either Colin or Steve. Can we please take a vote on that? All those in favour, raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And those against? Thank you. Permission granted. Members, we now travel south to 58 Britannia Road North, and could we have Mr David Corkerton, New Era Agency representative, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just while the floor plan's being passed out, this application relates to a 2-storey property located to the eastern side of Britannia Road North, which has been extended both at roof level and at basement level. Planning permission is sought for the change of use from purposes falling within Class C3 or Class C4 to a 7-bedroom, 7-person house in multiple occupation. With external alterations to include the excavation of the front forecourt to create a light well. This photograph just showing the property at the moment. Just clarify what you're actually being asked to consider in terms of the external alterations. The dormer to the rear is considered to be permitted development. What you're being asked to consider is the alterations to the external part of the basement, not the excavation of the basement internally, but the external element in here and its enclosure by railings. In terms of external alterations, the railings and the light well, it's considered that the changes are acceptable in visual terms. It's not out of keeping with the character of the street scene. However, these concerns, these don't outweigh concerns in respect to the principle of the proposed use and the internal living conditions, which I shall come to. So in terms of the principle of use, the proposal would not result in the creation of a new housing multiple occupation. However, it is situated in an area where there is significant concentration of existing houses in multiple occupation, currently standing at 30%. In line with the aims and objectives of the 2017 SPD, it's considered that the community is already imbalanced by existing HMO uses, and the intensification of the HMO use at this property would result in a further imbalance. As such, the proposal is not considered to be acceptable in principle. In terms of the internal living conditions, the property includes a kitchen and dining room at basement level, served solely by the narrow light well that you saw in the previous photographs. The kitchen area is also relatively small at 7.8 square metres. The next photographs just showing a galley kitchen with limited worktop space, limited space for the number of occupants proposed, and this is looking back from the kitchen towards the light well and onto the blank wall. We visited the property early in the morning and it was lit by artificial light. In terms of the rest of the building, the ground floor would incorporate 2 bedrooms. It is indicated as a lounge, but during the site visit it was actually in use as a bedroom. There was an empty room that was labelled as a games room or a lounge, and a further bedroom at the front of the property. At first floor, we had 3 further bedrooms, a shower room, another shower room in here, and 2 separate toilets. And then at roof level, 2 additional bedrooms. And just some examples of the internal decoration. Whilst the proposal meets the standards set out in the SPD in respect of bedroom sizes and sanitary facilities, the communal facilities at basement level would be inadequate for the proposed number of occupants. Members, you have a detailed report in front of you recommending 3 reasons for refusal. The first, impact on the mixed and balanced communities. The second, the inadequate communal facilities primarily within the basements. And third one is the impact on the special protection areas in the absence of any SPA mitigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Corkerton, you have 6 minutes, please.
This deputation is presented by me on behalf of the agent, Mr. Chris Broyd, who is representing his client. Mr. Broyd wishes the following to be taken into account prior to determination. Here is a scenario for you. I have a car, it is a saloon. It has an MOT and it is legal to drive on the road. In the back of the car there is a space to put a seat and a belt. I fit a seat and a belt. I have another MOT which passes the car to drive on the road, but now is an estate car. Does the seat in the car increase the level of cars on the road? No, it doesn't. It's still a car. My client has a house. It is an HMO by virtue of its C4. There is a room that has more than enough space to take 1 more resident. I put a bed in it and a tenant. I have it inspected and licensed to be fit and proper. It passes the test as a sui generis HMO. Does this increase the HMO count in the street? No, it does not. A sui generis is by definition in planning terms under the use class order as of their own kind. This is applied to a development where no class order exists, such as a larger house of multiple occupation. Portsmouth City Planning Authority identifies a property in C4 use as an HMO and a property in sui generis as an HMO. This is stated and referred to within your statutory planning documentation attached to PCS 20 from introduction through to identifying where HMOs are. Within the methodology of locating HMOs, all C4s and sui generis are equally referred to as HMOs. What is the inspectorate's view of 1 additional person in a property? Well, you already know their opinion from all previous appeals. This dwelling house provides more amenity space throughout all bedrooms, bathrooms, WCs and communal space, along with kitchens, to accommodate 7 persons, both within your SPD and Portsmouth minimum room sizes documentation. In fact, if this was a new build, then there would provide enough space according to the NDSS, Nationally Described Space Standard. Bang. This HMO has enough space according to the Department of Communities and Local Government. They have written to all local authorities instructing a room in an existing property to be suitable for a single occupancy where 6.582 metres metre square is achieved as a minimum. This is the same DCLG that produced the NDSS for new buildings. So we have two conflicting laws here, one for existing developments, existing dwellings to be fit and proper, and one for new builds to be fit and proper. This does not constitute good law. To elaborate, for there to be one Act of Parliament, if you like a law, in this case the Town and Country Planning Act, conflicting with the Housing Act 2004 sections 1 to 4, will, according to good law principles, challenge what the Office of the Parliamentary Council are doing to promote good law. I surrendered to the committee the diagram demonstrating the targets for achieving good law. I'll do that in just a moment, if I may. The HMO as a C4 is big enough to meet the fit and proper requirements according to the Housing Act 2004 and is big enough to meet the standards according to the NDSS. This dwelling has more food storage than what is required. It has more fire safety installations and safety requirements for a sui generis HMO. Every aspect of comfort and quality of living has been adhered to. This HMO, this home is an HMO, and according to your SPD with sui generis will still be an HMO, so the count of HMOs will not increase. And just one more point for your information. It has been stated that there's not enough window for the kitchen. This is incorrect in that planning law states that a bathroom and a kitchen does not require a window. Just like my car, the saloon and the estate car. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, questions, and Gerald.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to be clear, on the plans provided, Gary, on the ground floor, the lounge is not a lounge, it's a bedroom. Is that correct?
It's correct. The one that's labelled as a lounge is actually in use as a bedroom.
But if it went back to being a lounge, it would then be a 6-bedroom and it wouldn't come here.
That is correct. If it was in use as a 6-bedroom house in multiple occupation, it wouldn't need planning permission because it already benefits from the mixed use, either C3 or C4. It has significantly changed its internal layouts with the excavation of the basement and the alterations at roof, which is why we consider that it's appropriate in this instance to apply the size standards to the whole of the building.
Thank you. And Gary, can I ask again, the light coming into the cellar, is that through obscure glazing, or is it ordinary glass so that you can see the wall?
It is clear glass. What you're seeing there is the outlook directly onto the white outside edge of the light well, so the back edge of the pavement, effectively.
So it benefits from semi-indirect shade.
Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you. I'm a little bit acquainted with this application because of talking to residents in that area and them raising various concerns about some of the conversions being done. Gary, could we go back to the picture of the rear of the property, please? Okay, so the applicant property number 58 is the one we're looking directly at, and then its neighbouring property, it's my understanding, is owned by the same freeholder. Could you explain why there's a dormer extension which is built across two separate properties without any gap between them? Because I understand from planning enforcement that's unusual. So I said that when it came to committee, I would ask that question at committee, because they're two independent addresses, but the dormer extension is built across the two, which seems rather odd.
Permitted development rights that apply to dwelling houses relate to development within the curtilage of the dwelling house, which also applies to Class C4 houses multiple occupation. as long as that structure is contained, or the individual extension to that particular property is contained within the curtilage of each property, then there is no definition of how far they need to be separated. And in ideal terms, they would be touching, because then you don't have the issues of dampness, leaves, rubbish collection within those spaces, which you quite often see with rear extensions.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, there are two things concerning the kitchen which we have here. On page 79, it states that lighting kitchens requires certain lux. The room must have standard windows which are 20% of the floor space. First question is, are they 20% of the floor space? Second question concerning the kitchen, how is it ventilated, since the one thing which you do need in any kitchen is decent ventilation?
Okay, I presume you're referring to the standards within the Housing Act provided by private sector housing.
Assumes that that was what you were referring to on page 79.
Sorry, page 79 doesn't refer to this application. 53, okay.
It's 79 in my book.
Okay, sorry, it's not in mine. Yeah, right, that is a standard set by private sector housing under the Housing Act, and that's what they judge their internal living conditions by. In terms of planning, there is no requirement or set size for a window into a communal space, and I would disagree with the Deputy that there is no requirement to have a window into a kitchen or a living room. We have recent appeal decisions where inspectors acknowledge the fact that a kitchen is quite often used more than many other rooms in the house, and given that this is a kitchen and a living room, it's expected that it would have a decent standard of natural light and outlook.
Comments, members? Lee.
Yes, can I remove the officer's recommendation? The policies are very clear. You know, this is not about the argument about whether it's another HMO or not. It is an HMO in an area that's already represented by 30% HMOs. It's about the intensification, and we've had a long period of hard work around our SPD, the supplementary SPD on HMOs, and we must stick to that. So therefore, we will move the officer's recommendation, because this will, for the reasons stated in the report.
Thank you. Scott.
Thank you, Chair. No, I second Councillor Hunt's proposition. What I will say is, obviously, this fails to support the SPD, you know, mixed and balanced community. So, you know, on that basis, I'm happy to support.
Gerald.
And I agree with all of that, but I just wondered whether we could add a fourth reason, saying down, which is about the lack of light into the cellar.
It's there.
Oh, is it there already? Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair, for the comment. We had a very eloquent presentation about it doesn't affect cars if you add in extra seats, etc. It's still a car. You could also use the same analogy about boats, which have a certain number of cabins, and if you add an extra bunk into all those cabins, if the boat was designed to carry a certain number of passengers, and you suddenly add lots of extra passengers, it might sink. And that's actually the more appropriate analogy, and why the SPD was amended, because this is about the over-intensification of moving more and more and more people into small areas with less and less services to actually accommodate them. There's, you know, in particular in Central South, we've just lost effectively 2 doctor surgeries in no time at all, and that was the reason for amending the SPD. It wasn't just about whether somebody physically occupying a room actually affects that area as such, but it is about the feeling of well-being for those people living there and the services that serve them. So I think my analogy just maybe adds a slightly different perspective to yours on this occasion.
Hugh.
I think while the 10% rule is in many ways very clear, it is designed to prevent the intensification of multiple occupation land use. We are past 10%, and what is being proposed here is an intensification. Therefore, I think that the 10% rule does apply in this case, because although the number of houses, actual houses as built, is not increasing, the intensification is.
Thank you. So, members, we have one proposition on the table, and that is from Councillor Lee Hunt to accept the officer's recommendations. Was that right? Indeed. And it was seconded by Councillor Scott Pater Harris, yeah? So all those in favour of that proposal, please signify. And that is unanimous, and the permissions... #51 Chichester Road, please. We need Emma Baker and Trevor Wilcock, I think, as the applicant to the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, the next application relates to number 51 Chichester Road. Before I begin, just draw your attention to the supplementary matters sheet, which details an objection that has been received following the publication of the committee presentation. This doesn't change the recommendation at all. So the proposal relates to a two-storey property located to the northern side of Chichester Road between its junctions with Emsworth and Drayton Road. The property is currently undergoing refurbishment and extension to its rear and at roof level. Planning permission is sought for the change of use of the property from purposes falling within Class C3 or Class C4 to a 7-bedroom, 7-person house in multiple occupation. Just showing the front and rear of the property, you can just see that building work is just starting on the dormer extension. In terms of the principle, it's considered that of the 55 properties within that 50-metre radius, just 3, which is including the application property because of its benefiting from a mixed C3, C4 use, are only 3 are in use as houses multiple occupation. Therefore, as the concentration remains below 10%, it's considered that the community is not imbalanced by the mix of HMO uses, and the proposal would not result in an imbalance. So internally, the property would incorporate 2 bedrooms, a toilet and a communal kitchen lounge at ground floor level. At first floor level, it would benefit from a further 3 ensuite bedrooms and a utility room. And then at roof level, the 6th and 7th bedrooms, bedroom 6 served by an ensuite, bedroom 7 served by the shower room at the back. This is just showing the works that are undergoing at the moment, so there's not really much to show you. Overall, it's considered that the proposal would provide an acceptable standard of living accommodation for future occupiers and complies with the requirements of a 2017 House in Multiple Occupation SPD. It's also considered that there is insufficient evidence to indicate that occupation by a further individual would have a significant adverse impact on the adjoining occupiers. Members, you have a detailed report in front of you, and for the reasons set out, the application comes with the recommendation of conditional permission with delegated authority to the Assistant Director of City Development to grant, subject to securing mitigation in respect of the special protection areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we have Mr. Trevor Wilcock, please? You've got 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My intention is to provide you with background information that is not available in the Planning Officer's report. I hope that it will help you formulate an informed decision on the application. I therefore intend to cover myself, my company, and how the house will be managed, my customers, where they come from, what they are looking for, and how we provide it, and a plea for committee members to help overcome some of the general misconceptions held about HMO development in the north of the city. Personally, I'm a member of the Rent It Right Landlord Accreditation Scheme. I believe in taking advantage of available expertise wherever possible. Therefore, before engaging builders and starting work, I have taken advantage of the advice available from housing standards and planning officers to ensure compliance with current regulations. I would like to give credit to these officers who have made themselves available to me for advice, even if on some occasions I have not liked the advice that I have been given. I utilise a specialist HMO letting agent to tenant and manage my properties. They have over 50 portfolio of properties that they manage throughout Portsmouth, so have detailed experience in what this entails. I entered the property world in 2015 with the aim of supplying superior accommodation for single professionals wishing to live in a vibrant community close to their places of work, which is what I believe North End and Copner to be. This means superior rooms with all the facilities on tap that the millennium generation expect, usually en suite, equipped with memory foam mattresses, fibre optic broadband, cafe kitchens, bespoke lighting, 4K television, multiple workstations, etc. My properties are not for students who are well provided for further south in the city. My target clients have regular jobs, recent graduates, tradesmen, new teachers, nurses, doctors, engineers, etc. They may have just graduated and want to stay in Portsmouth. They may be new to Portsmouth, coming for work and looking for somewhere to live whilst they save for their deposit for their first house or find their first life partner. On the other hand, they may be local, but for one reason or another have needed to move out of their family home, but wish to remain close to their families, schools and communities' lives. These are people I would be pleased to have as my neighbours. In terms of some of the objections that have been have come out, in terms of noise or antisocial behaviour, I don't believe I would contend this is not going to be a problem, because my clients need to get up in the morning as well and go to work. My immediate neighbours have my and my management company's numbers and are free to call at any time. It's not in anyone's interest to have inconsiderate behaviour towards other residents or neighbours, and so I personally will not allow it in my properties. Similarly, in terms of rubbish or the property becoming dilapidated, I've signed up for the council's commercial rubble collections and have plenty of rooms for the 350 litre bin provision that this will entail. My clients have access to an app allowing them to report problems as soon as they occur. The communal areas are cleaned every 2 weeks, and the cleaners text me after cleaning to report any problems. The management company has a 3-monthly review with every client and will raise any problems then. I cannot claim to be providing superior accommodation if I don't deal with problems properly. There's a few unfounded fears that perhaps the council members could help landlords like myself address with their constituents. The changes to the house will not change the vista of the neighbourhood, because planning regulations and building regs don't allow it. The property looks no different from the road. What the changes do is bring the structure and facilities of this Victorian property right up to the latest standards, ensuring that the house can continue to provide a home to Portsmouth residents for a long time to come. The neighbourhood is not going to become saturated with HMOs or have the number of family houses available in Copner and North End drastically reduced. Article 4 will prevent that. Article 4 will maintain a balanced community in this area as defined by the council's own city plan. I cannot do anything about parking in Portsmouth. However, my properties are close to local facilities and transport links. That is why most of my clients want to live there. If they have a car, they usually want parking. I have had rooms turned down because we make it clear that parking can be an issue in Portsmouth. It is therefore unlikely that all residents of an HMO will have a car in the street. Finally, I like to think that I'm open and transparent.
I show neighbours and often the original vendors around properties when completed. Should any of the committee members or their constituents like to look around or to discuss my HMOs with me, I'd be more than happy to organise it. I'm also happy to answer any questions councillors may have.
Thank you. Emma Baker.
Thank you, members and officers. Members, you have a detailed report before you which goes through all of the key considerations. I again merely wish to just reinforce the key points. You have the detailed policy relating to the determination of HMO applications, and in this your officers have confirmed that this development meets all parts of this policy. Your highways officers confirm the impact to on-street parking and transport has been assessed and is considered as acceptable. And your private sector housing officers have assessed this application and consider the quality of accommodation as acceptable. Therefore, the professional advice before you is that planning permission should be granted, and in respect to any objections we have heard, all of the points raised have been dealt with by your detailed report. Members are reminded that HMO type accommodation provides an important supply of cost-effective living accommodation for those starting on the property ladder. Given the weight of evidence, our client requests that planning permission be granted for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rob New, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this one's not actually in my ward, but it does also fall over into my ward, so understandably local residents have been concerned. And I think probably to start on a positive, I think it's actually really good that we're seeing developments that are of a high quality coming forward, actually, because Councillor Hunt hit the nail on the head. 3 years ago, that wasn't the case. There were lots of cram them in developments. Now, these properties are small, but I do accept, and I think residents also accept, that there was already granted permission here for a HMO within this property. Nonetheless, regardless, because of for reasons only known to themselves, you know, there are people that are deliberately seeking to mislead members of the community, not politicians either, I hasten to add, around HMOs. It seems to be some sort of obsession in this area from certain people, you know, rightly or wrongly. But the difficulty is presenting, actually, not only for ward councillors, for you as a committee, is that you can go and meet with them and you can say, well, look, this is how it is. This is the laws that they have to work on, you know, in between in terms of determining that. And they're not interested. They absolutely do not believe politicians or representatives, because they live there day in, day out, where they've got to spend half an hour looking for a parking space, and they see it as you've got no way to control people moving into a HMO in terms of their lifestyle choices. You can have the best public transport. People still believe that people are going to come with an influx of cars, rightly or wrongly, and I'm just presenting this ward because it's my job to do that, because there are residents, as I say, in my ward who feel affected by this because the issue has been raised on a wider scale. There are some other applications where it's exactly the same thing, and I suspect it's the same in all of our respective wards. Copner doesn't have a HMO problem at this time, especially compared to, say, Central Southsea St Jude ward. But I think people feel it's the precedent, and because they're seeing more of these sui generis applications coming forward, even though this one, for example, before us today already has the C4 use, it's that change to that 7th bedroom where people, I think, in the community, again, rightly or wrongly, they feel that it's developers using it as an example to just get that cream of profit off the top. And that's something that is very difficult to dispel, because you could say, you know, that's not the case. But the fact is, none of us actually really know what the case is, because every application must be determined on its own merits. So again, I'm here today to put forward the views that our local residents, certainly mine in Copner, also feel that this is going to have a detrimental impact on their local community, both in terms of parking and actually on the development in principle, but they do accept that this property does already have C4 use.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, questions, please. We're therefore going to move straight to comments. Gerald.
I'm sorry that I can't see on this one a reason for refusal that is supportable at appeal. I think we set the policy, and if the policy is wrong, maybe we need to go back and rework the policy. And therefore, we need to send this back to the Cabinet to ask them to look at it, or particularly the Leader of the Council, to say that this is not working and it needs to be redone. And maybe that needs to be part of what this committee says. But on the policy that the Leader of the Council has passed, we have no ability, as far as I can see, to turn this down with any justification that could be supported. So I'm sorry. I think we have to support the recommendation that this gets planning permission. I just think anything else is unrealistic. So I'm happy to propose it.
Is there a seconder for that proposal? Scott, did you want to speak? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just want to thank Councillor New for his deputation. It's actually quite refreshing to hear some honesty around the HMO policy, because as I've experienced, you talk about HMOs to people and you explain the policy, and they blindly just don't want to either accept it or they don't understand it. You try again. It's refreshing, especially on the issues of parking. People drive around for half an hour, they can't find a parking space. But at the same time, Councillor Vernon Jackson is right. You know, we can't do anything on this application where we can say there's a reason for refusal. So it's a very tough place we're in at the moment. And fundamentally, I'm going to support the officer's recommendation, but also at the same time, I really echo Councillor New's sentiments on this.
So at the moment, then, we have a proposal from Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, seconded by Councillor Scott Pater Harris, to support the officer's recommendation of granting permission. Is that what the wishes are? Could you please signify, members? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Yes. You're going to join? Thank you. You know. Uh, 155 Chichester Road. We need Mr. Alex Venables, Emma Baker, and Trevor Wilcock to these. And you're not going to? Oh, you're down. Okay, and Councillor, if you'd like to stay where you are. The officer would like to present, please.
Chairman, my apologies. I'm going to have to run to my next thing. I know you will be desolate.
Oh, shit.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This application has been called into committee as a result of a standing call-in request for all sui generis HMO planning applications. The application site relates to number 155 Chichester Road, located close to its junction with Farlington Road in the Copner Ward. The proposal is for a change of use from a Class C4 HMO to a 7-person, 7-bedroom sui generis HMO. The red circle indicates the properties that were evaluated in the HMO count. Based on the information detailed in the committee report, of the 54 properties located within a 50-metre radius of the application site, 3 properties are considered to be in use as a HMO, inclusive of the application site. Therefore, if permission is granted, the percentage of HMOs would be retained at 5.5%, which is below the 10% threshold. The above images show the front and rear elevations of the application site. The property has a small front courtyard with a larger garden to the rear. This slide shows how the property would be laid out over 3 floors. All of the proposed bedrooms exceed the minimum standard of 7.5 metres squared. The shared kitchen and living space also exceeds respective standards as outlined in the newly adopted HMO SPD. So the proposed facilities are considered to be acceptable in respect of planning and licensing requirements. This slide just identifies the current internal conditions of the property. It's currently undergoing extensive refurbishment works. So on the basis of the proposal's policy compliance in respect to the HMO count and adequate size standards to accommodate 7-person sharing, the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alex Venables, you have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm part owner of the property in question. We manage all of our own properties to our own specialist HMO lettings agent. We've been members of the PDPLA for numerous years, accredited landlords with the Portsmouth City Council, and we have an excellent working relationship with the council, having never had any issues. In addition, we work closely with the licensing department, and our previous co-living professional accommodation has been described as exceptional. As you have heard, I am responsible for the design, specification, development and delivery of an earlier application, 5 Ophir Road. The final photos you saw during this application were from my previous projects. This application and the next are being delivered in the same way. We are committed to raising the standards of co-living professional accommodation in Portsmouth. We've gone far above the planning and licensing requirements, as our main focus is offering the best possible experience for our tenants. Some of the aspects of this property which you won't be able to see are we always have a communal shower, which is electric, so if an ensuite or the boiler fails, our tenants always have access to a hot shower. We install a commercial plumbing system which ensures all of our tenants can have a hot shower all at the same time for 20 minutes at pressure. There is an upgraded LD2 addressable fire system which exceeds the guidelines for this type of property over this number of floors. We have each bedroom on their own electrical loop, so if they trip their fuse, only their bedroom goes out and not the whole house. We install dedicated laundry systems in each room. We have a sophisticated notification system where tenants can report issues using an app which alerts us and the relevant contractors straight away. We install superfast broadband across the whole house, so all of the tenants can use the internet at the same time without drops in performance. LED energy-saving lights are used throughout the building. We install humidistat extractor fans, which are always on and are triggered by humidity levels, not the light switch, eradicating condensation issues. We've installed sound attenuation in both the walls and floors to protect the welfare of not only the tenants, but also our neighbours. We will exceed the storage requirements in the kitchen. Bike storage and additional off-road, extra-large, council-friendly recycling and waste storage bins will be provided at the front and rear of the property. Our tenants are always of a working professional nature who are heavily vetted. There will be no students, no pets, no children. Our properties are inspected every week, testing all of the equipment, fire alarm and conditions, so any issue is dealt with immediately. Our direct neighbours are always given our contact details, so any disruption or query can be resolved in the best possible manner. It is in our interest to work with the nearby community and show them that an HMO of this calibre is a far cry from the unfortunate stereotype. I hope you can see that we do not take being a landlord lightly, and this is our full-time vocation. I hope you look favourably on this application, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. Emma Baker, please.
Thank you. In light of the detailed report and my client's deputation, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Councillor Rodney, please.
Thank you. Really pretty much all the reasons I laid out before are shared again by local residents, and this one was quite interesting as well because there were more objections coming from neighbouring roads as well, which didn't directly impact. So you know, I think word is getting around that there is a genuine concern about overdevelopment, and as I said previously, about setting the precedent, and of course most of that's born out of concerns around parking, and residents are deeply concerned about it. So first of all, I'm very pleased that you're going to provide your direct contact information, but for example in Copyform Road recently we had an issue with a HMO very similar to this. You know, it's not too far away from here, and because it was in the newspaper, etc., about the incident there, people I think are feeling just nervous about seeing so many of these developments coming forward, and being contacted directly, again, I would just want to be a voice for them to let them know that, you know, we do listen, and look, I think it's probably fair to say everyone here on this committee also shares those concerns on behalf of residents, and although we have to work within the laws that you have to work within, there is a wider community concern with regards to antisocial behaviour and further detrimental impacts on parking, and so therefore I'd ask you to give consideration to rejecting this application on that ground.
Thank you, Councillor. It's now open to members for questions, please. Any questions? We're going to move straight to comments then, so can we have any comments? Any propositions? Councillor Hugh Mason, thank you.
Being a cynic, I tried to find reasons to turn this one down, as all of them. But I can't find any reason here within our rules why this should be turned down. So I propose the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Galloway, you're seconding that? Thank you. Well, members, we've got one proposition and proposal rather, and that's from Councillor Hugh Mason, seconded by Councillor Colin Galloway, and that is to accept the officer's recommendations. All those in favour, please signify in a usual manner. That's that is a unanimous decision. Permission is granted for 155 Chichester Road. Members, we're now moving on to 91 Powerscourt Road, which we will need Mr Venables back again, Emma Baker, and this time Councillor Pitt is for the members.
Chair.
That's
5-minute break.
All right. Okay. So yes, sorry to hold you up. This will be just a 5-minute break. Yep.
Before we get going, I noticed no, it's just a point of order. So it says the application has been called in by application as a result of a ward council calling it in. We still have the blanket call in, don't we? Yeah. Good. Just to make sure we still have the blanket call in. I think we are going to need to review that fairly soon. Maybe after today, it might be a good idea to think about that again, because I'm growing in confidence about these applications. So I'm quite happy if other members are content to talk about it perhaps after the meeting. Mr. Chairman, would that be all right?
Members, now that you're all back, we'll ask the officer to present the case.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So this application has been called into Planning Committee as a result of a deputation request by a local ward councillor. The application site relates to number 91 Powers Court Road, located close to its intersection with Drayton Road in the Copner ward. The proposal is for a change of use from a Class C3 residential dwelling to a Class C4 HMO. The red circle indicates the properties evaluated in the HMO count. Based on the information detailed in the committee report, of the 72 properties within a 50-metre radius, one is considered to be in use as a HMO, and if the application is granted, the percentage of HMOs would rise to 2.77%, which is below the 10% threshold. Throughout the course of the application, a number of additional properties were requested for checking by a local ward councillor. Of the 5 properties requested for checking, 3 were considered to be in use as C3 residential dwellings. 1 was the application site, which is also a C3 residential dwelling, and 1 is a lawful C4 HMO, which has already been included in the HMO count data. The HMO data then, as presented in the committee report, is therefore considered to be accurate. This slide shows the front and rear elevations of the application site. The property has a small front courtyard with a large garden to the rear, which will accommodate bin and bicycle storage. This slide shows the proposed layout of the property over 3 floors. The property would have a total of 6 bedrooms, 5 of which would have an ensuite and 1 communal shower room located at the first floor. The proposed layout of the property exceeds the minimum standards identified in the newly adopted HMO SPD. These slides just highlight the current internal conditions of the property. It's considered the property is currently vacant and in a poor state of repair. And on the basis of the proposal's policy compliance in respect to the HMO count and adequate size standards for the provision of 6 persons sharing, the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Mr. Vanavals, please?
I won't go through the whole spiel again, don't worry. It's just to say that this is one of ours, and this exactly the same attention to detail, effort, ethos around creating a high-end co-living living space for our professional tenants applies to this, as does with all previous and future applications.
Thank you. Emma Baker, please.
Again, due to the detailed report and my client's deputation, I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Steve Pitt first, please?
Thank you, Chair. Given the content of this afternoon already, might surprise members as to why I'm sitting here, and particularly why it's one in Copner. It's because one of the close neighbours to this property contacted me directly because he knew me and asked me if I would assist in trying to ascertain whether there were additional HMOs in the area that were not recorded in the count data. During the process of that, a couple of things became really clear to me that I thought the committee should take note of, and that is that because of the nature of the... Is it possible for us to go back to the slide that shows the circumference? There we go. Because of the nature of how that works, it's one thing for residents to go and contact their neighbours to try and gain intel as to where any unrecorded HMOs may be, but going around into other roads where you don't live and asking people you don't know if they are HMOs or not is a different thing altogether. And this particular resident felt comfortable talking to his neighbours, and investigations took place, but he didn't feel comfortable going into neighbouring roads where he wasn't known and asking that question, because it's not going to directly impact on those people. You've got to walk down around 2 street corners to get to those properties, and they wonder why the hell you're asking them that question when it's not in their road. So the fact that we work on that 50-metre radius does present some concerns, and particularly when you look, as I have, at the entire private sector housing and planning registers for HMOs, the tiny number that are listed in the north of the city, and how people actually feel who live there about the number of places that they believe are shared housing don't match at all. Councillor News more than eloquently explained some of those concerns this afternoon. It's my firm belief that what's fuelling them is a lack of confidence by the residents in the count data being accurate. And whilst on this occasion we did investigate a number of properties, and I was able to report back to the resident that they were not in fact HMOs as far as we could ascertain, their lack of knowledge about what's going on in neighbouring roads and how that might affect them definitely makes them feel less confident in this process. It's very different in the south of the city because everybody knows all about HMOs and has done for a very long time. It's why the 10% rule was brought in the first place and everybody's well aware of it. But unless we can get people on side in the north of the city and confident that the data is up to date and accurate and the rules are being applied correctly, we are going to have this ongoing issue with concern up there. There are things in place in the south which don't apply in the north, and it's my firm belief that perhaps they should.
Thank you. Councillor Rodney.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Councillor Pitt's absolutely right on this, and I think it is a confidence issue, etc. Or, you know, dare I say, a lot of people aren't interested in it until it affects them, which is completely understandable. Actually, it was Councillor Neil Young who put forward on the My Portsmouth smartphone app the ability to be able to report HMOs for investigation, and also if there are issues around a HMO, whether that's noise issues or you know, antisocial behaviour, them not sort of, you know, behaving and whatnot. But the problem is that does need to be communicated further. Now, we've been promoting that actively, as I know lots of other councillors from all different political parties have, but there's only so much that you can do. And I would suspect that it's probably a good call, perhaps cross-party, that we request that either the leader of the council under the PRED portfolio or the chairman of planning looks into a information campaign, perhaps for the north of the city, to put that forward, promoting not only the app but also the other ways that people can you know, put information forward, because the last thing that people want as well, because Councillor Pitt's quite right, you don't want to go round to a road that's not your road and you come across as a nosy neighbour, really, don't you? You know, and the problem is if there is intimidation within a HMO, you don't want to be the victim or target as well, potentially, when they're like, oh, that miserable old sod from round the corner's been round. No, but you know what I mean. And actually, what it does is it stops cohesion within communities, and actually, moving forward, seeing that these much improved applications are coming forward, surely we should be working towards a more cohesive community in neighbourhoods. And I think if we can find some money to put together an information campaign, we absolutely should look to do that, actually, because Councillor Pitt's quite right. It's about confidence from residents, you know, and I think about having cohesive communities.
Thank you, Councillor. And now, members, please, can we have questions first? Then it's comments, please.
I suggest we just go to the vote, Chair.
I propose the officer's recommendation. This again is a good application. I think it's these good applications coming forward which justifies us looking at each one. I think it's certainly changed the feel of these applications over the past couple of years, that we are looking at them very carefully. This one appears to be well designed, very compact but very well designed. Even bedroom 5, which one I had originally worried about, is 7.97 square meters, which is adequate. Pity he or she has to go downstairs to the communal shower room, but I can't see any alternative for that. So, given where we are, I think I will propose the officer's recommendation.
Right, members, we have Councillor Hugh Mason proposing that we accept the officer's recommendation, seconded by Councillor Colin Galloway. Can I have a show of hands, please, if that's the way you want to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's unanimous. Permission's granted for 91 Powers Court Road. Yep, Steve Pitt. Members, we're now moving on to 54 Kensington Road, so I'll ask, if she's still here, Mrs. Julie Richards to come to the table, please, and Emma Baker and Trevor Wilcock. If those three can come to the front.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Just like to bring attention to the SMART report. Since the publication of the committee report, there was 24 representations received with a series of objection comments, so they're detailed in the SMART report. The application has been called in the Planning Committee as a result of a standing call-in request for all sui generis HMO planning applications. The application site relates to number 54 Kensington Road, located close to its junction with Copythorne Road in the Copner Ward. The proposal is for a change of use from a Class C4 HMO to a 7-person, 7-bedroom HMO. The red circle indicates the properties that were evaluated in the HMO count. Based on the information detailed in the committee report, of the 51 properties within a 50-metre radius of the application site, 1 property is in use as a HMO, which is the application site. Therefore, if permission is granted, the percentage of HMOs would be retained at 1.96%, which is below the 10% threshold. Again, these images show the front and rear elevations of the application site. The property has a small front courtyard with a larger garden to the rear. This slide shows how the property would be laid out over 3 floors. All of the proposed bedrooms exceed the minimum standards of 7.5 metres squared. The shared kitchen and living space also exceeds respective standards as outlined in the newly adopted HMO SPD. And it should be noted that the proposed WC at ground floor is 0.13 metres squared under size. However, given the extent of sanitary facilities provided in the property, it is considered that this would be an additional facility and is therefore considered acceptable in this case. Again, these images just show the current internal conditions of the property. It's currently undergoing extensive refurbishment works, but the proposed development would meet all respective planning and licensing requirements. On the basis of the proposal's policy compliance in respect of the HMO count and adequate size standards to accommodate 7-person sharing, the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Julie Richards, you have 6 minutes.
Time starts now. Thank you. I welcome this opportunity to come along and represent some residents from the local Copythorne and Kensington Road. Just to give you a brief, I'm actually a neighbour there at 68 Copythorne Road and have been there 30 years on the 24th of this month. It's a very much family orientated area and that's the way we tend to keep it. We have had quite a lot of ongoing issues with traffic and park, and more so since they've done a lot of work relating to the Stubbington Avenue traffic lights, and the road has become more or less a danger and the traffic's horrendous without the parking. Right, I just really want to add before it goes out of my thought, although Neil had actually highlighted that there'd actually been 24 objections online. I'd just like to add to that, there was also a petition gathered rather quick by myself yesterday for those that I could get to in a space of about 3 hours, and there's also been a petition with 42 signatures also strongly objecting to this. I was asked if I would be or could come along to represent our residents, which I agreed to. So I'm not used to doing this, but I'll do my best. Right, so again, I've been in that area, so I know it very, very well, and it's created a lot of concerns. One of the things I'd like to start with, from viewing the application, it would appear there was 8 residents were notified by letters regards this application. I was actually, well, not just myself, but others, was trying to ascertain why there was such a small sample of residents given notice about this possible application for these changes to this property, considering the amount of surrounding properties. I think we've actually come to the conclusion 8 is quite a small sample to select. How that decision was reached, we don't know. One of the neighbours in Kensington Road, more or less opposite this 54 Kensington Road, also brought it to my attention last night. Actually, if one of the letters actually went out to one of the residents at number 63 Kensington Road, they wouldn't have had no response from that person because they actually haven't been living in there for quite a while and they've just recently died. So that was one that wouldn't have been able to make any objections. Also, one of the other comments that come across quite clear from several people, particularly last night, was they don't feel there was enough notice. A lot of people wasn't aware of it. There was only one little sign up on a lamppost, which conveniently about 3-4 days ago disappeared. They're actually, in their opinion, thinking it's possibly, once it was noted, somebody was keeping an eye on the objections going along, and somebody is actually taking that down. Obviously, we haven't got no proof of that. It was also highlighted the local authority hasn't made it very easy or accessible for a lot of people. They're making assumptions that a lot of people can use computers to make their views known. And certainly if people don't walk down that end of the road, which there apparently is quite a lot don't, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to also put in their views. Hence, that's why I've got a few more signatures on a petition. And also one of the other questions, again, living so close, is we'd like to ask that when does looking at the ruling regards safety requirements come into progress? Well, clearly there's a notice on the warning, site safety notice, warning, dangerous site, hard hats to be worn at all times, boots, high-vis, waistcoats must be worn. Right, so, okay, they're put there for a reason. I'd just like to draw it to your attention as well that these workmen are working and living in these premises. Several of us seen it, include myself personally. How do I know that? I've seen them in there, there's mattresses, there's evidence. Is that acceptable? Is that within safety rules and regulations, considering obviously they've got these warning dangerous notes on site there about obviously all this protective clothing, boots, etc. must be worn. Clearly they are living and working in the premises, and bearing in mind obviously the strong objections and the amount of obviously online objections, petitions, etc. The local community, the residents are actually saying, in view of all the volume of the content and the view of the people that's objecting, they hope that you would take the right course of action and decline this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Trevor Wilcott, please?
Again, I don't... Oh, sorry, thank you. Again, I'm not sure if you want me to go through the statement that I made on 51 Chichester Road, because it would be exactly the same as for this one. In terms of wanting to manage the properties properly, to dealing with any issues as they come up. I did appreciate some of the comments that were made by the councillors about information being provided to residents, and I would like to reiterate my offer that if any neighbours or any of the councillors would like to come and see my HMOs or come to talk to me about my HMOs, then I would welcome the opportunity. I have already discussed with both neighbours on whichever property that I've been looking at, both sides, what we're doing to make sure that they're happy and they're kept up to date. So again, if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to take them.
Thank you. Emma Baker, please.
Thank you, members and officers. Again, members, you have a detailed report before you, which has gone through all of the key considerations. You have a detailed policy relating to the determination of HMO applications, and in this, your officers have confirmed that this development meets all parts of the policy. Your highways officers can confirm that impact to on-street parking has been assessed and is considered as acceptable, and your private sector housing officers have assessed this application and consider the quality of accommodation acceptable. Therefore, the professional advice before you is that planning permission should be granted. In respect to the objections we have heard, all of the points raised have been dealt with through the detailed report. Given this weight of evidence, our client would request that planning permission be granted for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rob New, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Also, thank you to Mr Richards for coming forward. Actually, this is the single HMO that I probably had the most amount of correspondence on in my life. And I think that you raised some really good valid points there, and being at Copyform Road, specifically for the people that live there, where it's on that junction. I don't know how many people know the area, but it's almost like a crossroads where Kensington cuts across it and there's a shop on the corner. And people stop there as well. So the traffic there, you're absolutely right. It's more difficult perhaps than people would initially think about. So the parking is even worse than on like those more main roads like Stubbington, etc., Chichester Road, and it is difficult. But what's interesting here is the amount of people that have come forward over probably the last 2 or 3 weeks and raised it. And I think, again, with us looking into better communication or empowering residents, I think one of the things we do also need to do is look at inclusivity, because you're quite right, and the Portsmouth planning portal is the most annoying system known to man, like much of our IT, and sorry, Chair, I know that's your responsibility too, but it is frustrating, and and it's one of those difficult things where sometimes, because these things get whipped up very quickly, and you're quite right, very often it is only a very small sample and it's a little notice on a lamppost, and people very often will go, oh, this is too complicated, and then they'll be like, what do I do? But on this occasion, a lot of people have either phoned us up, myself, Neil, I'm sure others, etc., and we've been able to obviously have a wider conversation. I mean, and even by the sample that you've got, I think that's quite encouraging. I think the difficulty with this is that there is such a feeling against this development from local residents. It's the principle again, and as we've said today, over the course of today, it's a difficult decision because of the confines that the planning committee is having to work within, but there is a wider feeling, not just in Kensington Road, but I think in Copyform Road. And again, I also think that this is probably anchored to the recent HMO issue that was in local media that I referred to earlier on around antisocial behaviour. And so, you can understand why there is a bad feeling about this. And on this, I think I have to stand with my residents and say I would urge you to look at rejecting this as well.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. I'd just like to say to Mrs Roberts that a lot of the issues that you brought up are sort of out of our remit, but I would advise you to get in touch with local councillors who possibly could put you in touch with the necessary departments to deal with your complaints. And that's really, I'm looking at the chap sitting next to you, but you've got others, and I think that might be a way forward for some of your problems, especially the traffic related, or if you think there's safety issues going on in this house conversion. There are officers in the council and departments that deal with this sort of thing, so go through your local councillors, and thank you for your deputation.
Whilst I really appreciate that feedback, etc., but potentially there's still likely to create more havoc with having 7 bedrooms, potentially another 14 vehicles in that area.
Yeah, I'll accept what you're saying, but as the local councillor said, it's what's before us and what we can and cannot rule on.
Yeah, thank you.
But thank you, Mr. Rich, for coming.
Thank you.
Members, can we have questions? And I can see Councillor Hugh Mason.
Could we have the front view of the property on the screen again? Given the relatively small size of that forecourt, and given the fact that I believe there is no back entrance to this property, to the back garden, where is there going to be cycle storage? Where is there going to be bin storage?
Okay, so the applicant has confirmed that the rear garden would be used for bicycle storage. The applicant also believes that the front courtyard would be capable of supporting the bin storage that is required.
And so we are assuming that people will be bringing their bicycles through the fairly narrow corridors within this house, are we?
Yes, that would be the case.
Scott.
Thank you, Chair. It's just actually a couple of the points that Mrs Richards brought up in her deputation. Niall, can you just talk me through, when an application comes in, what the process is followed? Because there's some elements that Mrs Richards has said, and and I could quite well believe her, but I want to know how many residents are contacted, what the procedure is and what the process is. Just for, obviously, so Mrs Richards is here, and she can hear it for herself as well, because I think it needs to be clear.
Sorry, Niall, I'll pick that up for you. In terms of how we consult, we have agreed through PRED a statement of community involvement, which actually sets out how we will consult on different planning matters, including planning applications. Legally, certain types of application have to be dealt with in terms of notification in a particular way, advert in the paper, site notices. But on this type of application, it's at the discretion of how we present that in the statement of community involvement as to what we think is a proportionate way of dealing with these applications. I'm sure it comes as no surprise to you that there is a consideration of the proportionality in terms of application, so we don't send multiple letters out to extended areas for this type of application. So we will have, on this one, consulted nearby residents, and whilst Niall can confirm the exact number and the site notices, we'd also put up site notices. But there are cases where we don't send letters out, we rely on site notices because we feel that's a more appropriate way or a more proportionate way of notifying people of applications.
I'm just talking in the context of this application because, Mrs Richards actually gave some really good points on the process of information. The element of the fact that some people don't want to go online. Councillor New brought up the planning portal, which, quite frankly, I agree with him, it is not great. Why can't we move to an Apple-based system? But that's a conversation for another time. But I'd like to just know how many were consulted, what lampposts they were put on. Can you just clarify that for me, please?
Yep, so the site notice was posted on the 9th of January 2018. If we can just grab the file, just confirm who was notified by letter. Okay, so I'm happy to confirm, obviously, when I get back to the office as well, if you want to, but from the map that I have in front of me, numbers 59, 61, 63, Kensington Road were notified, 52 and 56, Kensington Road were also notified, and number 69, Copythorne Road was notified.
So you confirm there were 6 properties were notified? 6 or 7?
7.
7 properties. Thank you. It's just more from a procedural point of view to see if we have followed our procedure to the letter. Thank you.
Members, we're still on comments now, I believe. Yeah. A question.
So, on the picture, we see one bin, one slimline bin. Looks like a slimline bin to me, which I presume is a recycling bin. So I can't see any other bin bags or anything there. Where is it proposed that the? I mean, the report says in the forecourt, bin storage, 7 people storing all their rubbish a week in the forecourt. This is going to be a problem. What is the proposition to deal with that?
The applicant has confirmed that he believes that adequate bin storage can be provided there, but similar to the other applications that went before this one, details can be confirmed in writing through an appropriately worded planning condition.
I hope that that will happen, because we don't want 7 people's rubbish stored in the forecourt to the annoyance of a whole load of residents. It's very small frontage. You know, it's going to be even worse than the ones before.
We're now on to comments. Steve.
I think, following on from what Scott's said, that we could very quickly go to propose second vote on this one, because we deal with an awful lot of them. But I do think it's important that, especially when we have residents from the north of the city who haven't seen as many of these applications as those in the south of the city, that we do make it very clear that we've recently amended the SPD to stop additional rooms being added to in roads where there are already more than 10% of HMOs. We've upped the housing standards to improve the room sizes and the facilities that are on offer for those people living there, to make sure that we are providing adequate accommodation, particularly for young professionals who can't afford to get on the housing ladder as they could have in previous generations. And that we've studied hundreds of these applications over the last year or so. But the 10% rule that was brought in a few years ago is not something that exists in every local authority in the country. It had to be fought for and argued very carefully to make sure that it was enforceable here in Portsmouth. We are lucky to have it because it does help to protect the concept of mixed and balanced communities. And if we didn't have it, as a lot of other authorities don't, then these applications would never even get advertised and notified. They would just automatically happen. So to this extent, we wouldn't be sitting here today discussing it. I think that's fair to say. So whilst it may be that there are a lot of residents concerned, and for the reasons I've already explained in my own deputation earlier on, I sympathise with that. There is no reason within the rules that currently exist that we would be able to refuse this application today. And I believe, and I'm sure officers will confirm, that if we did refuse it, it would go to the regional planning inspector in Bristol, who would immediately overturn it and award costs against the council, wasting council taxpayers' money. So it's not that we don't sympathise with residents, but we have to enforce the rules that are in front of us.
Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, Steve's completely correct, as ever. Hard fought for a couple of SPDs. The SPD that the previous administration brought in around HMOs, and then we realised that developers were circumnavigating that by intensifying the land use of HMOs. So we then campaigned for a new SPD, an amended SPD, which we've achieved, which is working very well. And we have to acknowledge too, and I think everybody has been consensus across everybody today, apart from one vote, that there are more HMOs now, and the quality of them in Copner and Hilsea and that way is very different to what we've experienced in our area, considerably, very, very different. And I think that eventually the stigma attached to them will begin to subside, but not for a while yet. But because they are happening now, I do think we need to extend the licence, which is another matter I know, that the licensing arrangements northwards to these areas too, so that they benefit equally on a more coordinated management by the City Council and regulatory regime by the City Council. And having said that, I don't doubt that all the statutory notices were put up and sent out. 8 letters seems pretty normal to me. I can only give the other councillors the benefit of our experience, and that is when you get one, you then produce 1,000 leaflets, which we do regularly, and you go tell everybody in the area about it within 24 hours, and then you go on social media, and that way. But, I mean, we have here a petition of 42, Mrs Richards here, so the notice has gone out. But I'll wait to see what my friends on the right here have to say about the matter.
Thank you, Chair. I always seem to be on the right-hand side of Lee Hunt. It's just political, I think. But on the note of what Councillor Pitts actually said, he's actually fundamentally right. And when he talks about the SPD and other councils, we were the ones that other councils actually look at now, and they say, you know, Portsmouth SPD is this, Southampton have done the same. You know, so we've got a lot of going for us in that element. But also at the same time, Councillor Hunt is also fundamentally right with the SPD changing, which I think was important. So I would quite happily support any more changes we could do to that, just to make it more tightened up. That's all I've got to add on the matter at the moment.
2 points, Chairman. One, I would agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Hunt that we need to expand the area of the licensing of HMOs. In operational terms, I'm more concerned about this one than about any of the previous ones in terms of people's mobility. Because if you look at this property, people with a bicycle, and they're quite small houses, so you're only going to get one car outside, but the bicycle, they're going to have to bring them from the back garden, down the sideway, through the lounge, zigzag round the staircase and communal toilet, and then out of the front door, which looks as if it's a double door. Yes, it's certainly a double door anyway. This is a very convoluted route out. I don't think it'll be done. I think if the people do have bicycles, they'll just lock them up in the front yard, get in the way of the bins, and I think there is a potential problem here. However, knowing the planning inspectorate at Bristol as one does, I don't think that is sufficient ground for turning this one down.
Members, have we got a proposition, please, from the councillor to either agree the officer's recommendations or...
With a certain amount of regret in this case, I propose the officer's recommendation.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Hugh Mason, please, to accept this, to accept the officer's recommendation? Thank you. And do you want to go in there the conditions of the rubbish that we keep a... Well, that's what I'm saying, that to make sure that the condition will be carried out, that we don't see a forecourt full of black bin bags. Are you content to have that? Yeah. Okay, so we'll take a vote on that, and you've heard the conditions proposed. The officer's recommendation is proposed by Councillor Hugh Mason, seconded by Colin Galloway. All those in favour, please. 2, 3, 4. Is that yes? So it's 4. Those against? Yeah. The conditions that have been already mentioned by the officers and from the councillors, that we are showing concerns over the waste, the position of the waste bins and the cycles be looked at, be taken into consideration. So it's a yes. 4.
I'm not clear on this vote. I'm not seeing a proper show of hands here.
Right. Can we have a show of hands, those that support the officer's recommendations?
That's 4.
That is 4. Those against? 1. Abstentions? 2. Thank you. That's carried. We're now going to go to 38 Kent Road, for those of you that are in the south. Well, and for those of you who are in the north. There are no objectors, no supporters, no applicants, no councillors. So we're going to go straight to the officers.
Okay, members. This application relates to the former Portland Hotel on the corner of Kent Road and Portland Road. This is property just in here. Planning permission and listed building consent were granted in May 2017 for the conversion of the building to form 12 dwellings with external alterations. This application seeks to vary conditions 2 and 7 of that planning permission only to reduce the number of parking spaces associated with it. So, whilst the determination of this application would result in the grant of a new planning permission of the site, on the basis there are no significant changes or material changes in circumstance since the original determination in 2017, the determining issue is whether a reduced parking provision for this level of development would be acceptable in highways terms. I'll just show you on here, this is the approved plan showing the 17 parking spaces either within a landscaped front garden and car park, a single space in here and 3 to the rear of the site. The only change is the removal of 1 unallocated parking space to the removal of the site. This leaves 16 parking spaces in total. This would continue to provide 2 parking spaces for each of the 3 bedroom dwellings and 1 space each for all of the 2-bed and 1-bed units at the site. The Highways Authority consider this to be an acceptable level of parking provision given the sustainable location of the site. The applicant has indicated that the parking space removed from this development, i.e. in here, would be reallocated to the development site to the rear of Tunbridge Street, which was the subject of a planning application in October 2017. Members, you have a detailed report in front of you, and for the reasons set out, this application comes with a recommendation of conditional permission, subject to completion of a legal agreement to carry across the obligations from the legal agreement associated with the original planning permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And members straight away, Councillor Pitt.
Okay, so we turned down the Tunbridge Street application on the basis that it was a parking space short. So the applicant wants to nick a car parking space from this development to give to the other development so he can come back and we can't object on that basis and hopefully get his planning application. That's what you just said, Gary, is that right?
Basically, we don't know what form a development will come forward on the Tunbridge Street in the future. It may be in the same form as we considered previously. It may come forward in a different form that has a different parking provision. At the moment, we don't know. What we know with this is the Highways Authority have considered it and would have granted or recommended a planning permission for the Portland Hotel development if it had come forward with the 16 parking spaces initially.
So yes, is the answer. Okay, that just strikes me as particularly bizarre that if we're worried about losing a car park, because to be clear, the Tunbridge development is next door to this, is it not?
Would it help if I showed you the drawings to refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay, bear with me 2 seconds. So this was the development that was proposed last October for the development at Tunbridge Street. Now, we don't know whether it will come forward in that form, whether it will be a reduced scale, whether it's different size units that have different parking requirements, but effectively this is the site. So this is the scheme that was granted in 2013 by the inspector, which had 5 parking spaces. This is the scheme you considered last year, which had 1, 2, 3 integral garages, so 4 parking spaces in total. So it was the view of members of the Planning Committee in 2017 on the Tunbridge Street scheme that if it had 1 further parking space, as per the scheme that was allowed by the inspector, that there wouldn't be a concern with the development.
So, but we're still in the net same position. It's just that somebody's doing a bit of a ballet dance.
That could be an interpretation. The interpretation you have in front of you is you have a development for 12 dwellings where the local highways authority consider that 16 parking spaces is appropriate to serve that level of development.
Members. Are we going to go straight to comments then from your one question? Okay. Steve, you're in the chair.
I'm very happy to make a comment on that basis. No, and I'm very happy to propose refusal on that basis.
Can you refresh me on what grounds?
Yes, on the grounds that it will, that although in the opinion of the officers it will be acceptable, it doesn't actually meet our parking standards, I believe. Is that correct?
Our parking standards, right, the parking standards for the development of the 12 dwellings on the Portland Hotel site would have a demand of 17 parking spaces. That's based on 2 one-bedroom dwellings which have a requirement for 2 spaces, 6 spaces to serve the 2-bedroom dwellings, and 4 to serve the 3-bedroom dwellings. Our parking standards SPD allows for fluctuations in that if it's considered that it's in a sustainable location or whether there are reasons why the parking standards should be put aside. Having considered the application in front of us, both myself and the local highways authority consider that the level of parking, providing free parking, 2 parking spaces for a 3-bedroom dwelling and 1 for each of the 1 and 2-bedroom dwellings, is an appropriate level of parking given its position on the edge of a town centre within close proximity to shops, services, facilities on the seafront, and not a million miles away from bus routes and train stations.
However, taking all of that into consideration, it doesn't meet our parking standards. Is that correct?
The parking requirement for this development would be 17 if you applied the letter within the parking standards supplementary planning document.
Okay. Stand by what I said.
Councillor Amanu.
I'm going to second Councillor Pitt for the reasons we are an overrun city and we struggle for parking anyway, and they want us to remove a spot. Really, it's just other places we're fighting for parking, urging for whatever extra parking spots, and then they want us to remove one. So no, I'm going to second Councillor Pitt on that ground.
I'm not sure we've actually heard a proposition.
No, but,
so if I can offer that, if granted, I can't read my own writing now. Does that happen to you, Claire? If granted that if granted this would not provide an adequate level of parking in accordance with the City Council's parking standards.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I have to admit, Chair, I'm not familiar with this application because I wasn't actually on the committee in October. I believe I was on sabbatical, probably the best way of putting it, but now I am back. This is quite an interesting application in the sense that, you know, it's not often you see 3-bedroom houses with 2 parking spaces. You know, we often see applications come here with no parking spaces, and yet there's obviously public transport around and everything else, and the application goes through. So we're talking about one space, and for the actual development to go ahead, I mean, the development's not hinging on a parking space, Gary. Is it just the case that the developer, like Councillor Pitt says, does want to literally move it over the other side?
In simple terms, yes. The development is progressing. There's significant work to carry out to a listed building, which was in a very poor condition. There's extensive work that has already taken place. Whilst it may not look like it is reaching sort of an advanced stage of development, the development is continuing.
Okay, so
Sorry. So beg pardon.
No, on that notion, if the development's progressing and we're hinging on a parking space, and it doesn't hinge on the space being given or not, I'm quite happy to support the recommendation.
So, for our friends in the North, if you read page 81 or page 107, what have you like it, every single parking space in this area matters because there's already a shortfall of 300 spaces for people living around there. It's really congested and it is a district shopping centre. So literally every single space is hard fought for, and I can't think of anywhere in the city where it'd be even more congested. So, you know, the loss of even one car parking space and putting a vehicle on the road will have an impact as far as I'm concerned, and I think that that's presumably agreed with by Councillor Pitt and maybe further along the table as well. So I've made my proposition and given it a little bit of context now as well.
I don't know what we've got parking standards for if we're going to run roughshod over them. If you're going to have parking standards, they must apply, and certainly they should apply in areas where there is no adequate on-street parking. And here there is not adequate on-street parking. You have to the south of the property here, you have in Portland Terrace a large number of flats which have no parking at all. They park on the street. There is always pressure here, and so if this does not meet our parking standards, we should turn it down.
Members, I think you should be mindful of the advice you have been given by officers concerning the parking standards, and the advice that you were given by Gary is that the SPD does give you the flexibility to make an assessment given the proximity of a site to facilities which might reduce or remove the need for people to travel. So what Gary has advised you is that the site is very close to a town centre where people can easily walk to it, and for that reason you can make an assessment whether or not you think this is a highly sustainable location, and therefore accept the parking that is being effectively offered by this application. So it isn't a black and white, it's a number, it doesn't meet the number. There is a judgment, a planning judgment for you to make in this decision this afternoon, given the proximity of this site to a town centre and other facilities, as well as the proximity to bus routes and railway stations.
Scott.
And we had this debate, sorry, Mr. Chairman, we had this debate about the railway station at the last time we considered these applications. The railway station's a long way away. You know, you need a car to get there, quite frankly.
Councillor Scott Payne-Harris.
Thanks for that, Chair. No, while I appreciate that, Claire, and I mean, I'm just reading through here, and Lee's actually very right in the parking zone that he's brought up. I mean, KC is actually very densely populated, and the two car parks you've got around there, I think it's the St George's car park, is packed every weekend. And I think it's along Portland Road. You also have on-street parking. Would I be right in saying that, Hugh? On-street parking in Portland Road, yeah. Which again is always busy, which is good for the shopping centre, I suppose. But at the same time, I'm minded to support my colleagues down to the left of me.
I take on board everything that Claire's said, but I also take on board the comments of my colleagues on the committee today. Scott is right, Councillor Mason's right. This is an oversubscribed area for parking, so therefore the situation is different, and the regional inspector can't have it both ways. They can't say that people that live in HMOs are less likely to own cars and therefore don't impact on parking, and then look what is basically going to be a luxury development where there are likely to be couples, both of whom have cars, and say that it's not going to impact on it. So nothing impacts on parking. It does. People living in these properties are very, very likely to be multiple car owners, and if that is the case, there is insufficient parking with all the spaces, but nevertheless, because of the constraints that we have, it was allowed to go through already. And then we have the space taken away. So perhaps in 3 months' time we have an application to remove another space for whatever other reason. If whatever the other application was brought back and that was turned down. We have to set a line somewhere. I do agree that it is in proximity to a town centre, and I don't dispute that. What I dispute is the fact that there is already sufficient parking on this site for the people that are likely to live there. And if we have a policy that enables us to support the fact that an existing parking zone in this area is so heavily oversubscribed, if you go down Ashburton and Elphinstone Road, all of those properties have a vast number of people living in them. Parking down there is completely impossible. The whole area is saturated. If we don't draw a line here, we have to draw a line somewhere, and I suggest that it's more appropriate to draw the line now than in 2-3 years' time when we've done this over and over again.
So the proposition...
Members, you might want to reflect on, if you are going to move a refusal, whether you want to make it as black and white as it's contrary to the SPD, because your SPD gives you a planning judgment to make, and you should be making that planning judgment when you shape the reason for refusal.
Okay, well, I'm very happy to say that although the SPD gives us that flexibility cannot be applied because the area is surrounded by a parking zone which is heavily oversubscribed and therefore would actually infringe the rights of residents living here to own cars.
I think the thing that shapes it too is it's, although we mentioned the district centre, you have to say that the trains at the railway station is probably over a mile away, and there are bus stops nearby, but this is surrounded in the middle of a residence parking scheme meant to reflect the fact that parking is already oversubscribed, and to push another one onto the road is going to make the parking situation even worse than before.
Therefore, members, are you suggesting that the previous reason for refusal should stand? If you read the words of the previous reason.
Which page is it on?
It's on my page 81. So it says, in the opinion of the local planning authority, the proposed development would fail to provide adequate off-road parking facilities in line with the requirements of the SPD, which would exacerbate a significant parking shortfall within the KC residential parking zone that is already oversubscribed. So it's actually qualifying the assessment you're making within the SPD.
So the proposal by Councillor Lee Hunt, seconded by, is to refuse, to oppose the officer's recommendations. I've got to say on this thing, I do back you. I listened to what's been said, and whilst I accept you're within walking distance of Palmerston Road and Osborne Road, I think if you are a working person and maybe you might work at Whiteley, you might work, out of town, you're going to need a car. It's all right saying you can walk down to Osborne Road, and there's quite a few nice watering holes there, I believe. Only rumoured, but I could see, yes, you would need the parking space. And like Councillor Pitt said, either we're going to do this or you're not going to do it. Okay, so the offer is then to refuse. Proposed, seconded. All those members in agreement? That is unanimous. We're keeping the parking space. We move on to the social club, previously known as the Unity Hall, headquarters of the Labour Party, Coburg Street. I think we've got the architects, or one of the architects, or an agent of the architects, Mr. Elliot Vieles, yes? Vieles? Rightio, a double whammy. Officers.
Thank you. Okay, as members will recall, we looked at this application site in November last year. Sorry, yes. Well, we looked at this application site in November last year with an application for a larger scheme. This application proposes a development of 80 student bed halls of residence. The previous application that we looked at was for a 96 bedroom unit scheme on a slightly larger application site. So I'll just talk you through the details for the current application. The site lies on the corner of Holbrook Road and Coburg Street, and as you know, it's the current Unity Hall building, which was previously the Labour Club. And to the north, you have the Parkland area and Lord's Court development, Wigmore House here to the east, the Deaf Centre immediately to the south, and the big Asda superstore, which lies just off the bottom of the page here. So that's the aerial view, so it's this application site just in here. And this just to remind you of the building as existing. So this is the view from the roundabout looking eastwards from Arundel site. So it's 3 stories on the corner of the Holbrook Road and Coburg Street. This is the view from the park at the rear. So again, just the bulk of the building on this section of the site. And then from the Asda superstore looking northwards, so Holbrook Road here, and the building that sits here on the corner. In terms of Coburg Street itself, the application site is here at the far end of the road, and previously the application site also included the garage court, which lies immediately adjacent. That's excluded from this application. And then again, the view back across the site, across the playground, and then down Holbrook Road. So the application site just lies here, fronting the roundabout. This is just to remind you of the detail of the earlier application. So as I say, this was proposing 96 student bedrooms in a 10-storey down to 4-storey block. And the red line for the application site was slightly larger. Again, it included the garage court, which lies to the east of the current application site. So we'll move on to the red line plan in a moment. But this was for a building which covered the full extent of the site. So this bit here was built out over the current garage court area, and the current plans, this part of the application has been removed. So the building that we're looking at now is effectively this massing here. This is the red line for the current proposal, so you can see the garage court is now excluded, and then the footprint of the building on this section of the site is in the same position as was considered and proposed under the previous application. So this is a scheme now for 80 student units. It would be a car-free development, so there's no parking proposed as part of the application. You'll see from the report that there's no highway objection to the proposals on those grounds, subject to conditions relating to the cycle storage and restricting the use of the building, and the Section 106 requirement for the travel plan, which would also manage student arrivals and departures at the end and beginning of each term. The artist's impressions just give you an idea of how the building would appear. So it's 10 stories on the frontage to Holbrook Road, and then the canopy area at covering the ground floor entrance here, and then dropping down in height as you progress eastwards across the site. So this is the Coburg Street elevation in the bottom right-hand corner. So you step down from 10 stories at the Holbrook Road frontage down to 9 stories. Then you have the glass link between the 2 blocks, and the smaller of the blocks is 5 stories in height here. And there's approximately then 20 metres separation between the end elevation and the adjacent 3-storey block, which is Wigmore House. You've got the plans in front of you, but these just show the elevations in more detail, really to give an impression of the detailing and the change in materials. The other point to notice, which is different from the previous application, is the colour scheme has changed slightly. So where previously we had white, grey and orange, the current application proposes blue as the feature colour. So that's picked out on the columns and the window details, and also in some of the window surrounds. But other than that, the design is very similar to that considered and approved under the previous application. And this is the Holbrook Road frontage. So you have the elevated section here and the main entrance into the building, and the communal social space and reception area here at the frontage. And then this is the view that you would have across the parkland. So again, the 5-storey building here, the linking section stepping up to 9 and 10 stories on the Holbrook Road frontage. And then this is the elevation that you would see coming down Coburg Street, so the 5-storey smaller block stepping up to 9 and 10 stories at the western end of the site. In terms of the floor plans, again, it's a very similar layout to that proposed under the earlier application. So it's clusters of 1-bedroom units with communal shared space on each of the floors, and that's repeated up to the 8th floor of the building, and then the 9th floor is just a cluster of 5 studio bedrooms. Then we also have some illustrative street scenes just to show the building in context. So again, the view along Holbrook Road, Arundel Street, looking towards the roundabout. So you see the 10-storey element of the building here, and then looking across the park, the larger section stepping down to the 5-storey section, and then that would be the garage court area in between the proposed development and Wigmore House. And again, looking down Holbrook Road, so you have the park in the foreground and the height of the building, and then the view from the Asda roundabout where you see each of the different components. You'll see from the report in front of you that the scheme is recommended for approval, as set out on page 108, I think, is of your agenda, subject to detailed requirements for the Section 106 agreement and a number of conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. You've got 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. As mentioned, I'm from PDP Architecture, who are the architects and agent for this proposed development. As members may recall, an application for student accommodation site was approved at Planning Committee in November 2017. And this application is currently with the applicant's solicitor in the final stages of agreeing the Section 106 agreement. This application that's before you today is a very similar proposal, the difference being the omission of the garage court land at the eastern end of the site, resulting in a reduction of student units from 96 to 80. Negotiations are ongoing between the applicant and the landowner of the garages, which are Portsmouth City Council, and it is still the applicant's desire to see the currently approved application go ahead and be built. However, this application proposes omitting the land owned by Portsmouth City Council and reconfiguring the building design in the event an agreement could not be reached, so as not to prejudice the development of the Labour Club site, a site which has remained undeveloped due to land ownership issues in the past. Once again, we have worked very closely with the planning officers during the determination period, and I'd like to thank the case officer involved for their work on this application, and hope that members agree with the case officer's recommendation to approve this application. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you. Members' questions, and Councillor Lee Hunt.
So from what I can make out, this is a reduction in number of rooms by 16. And I was just curious as to why. Not that it affects it terribly, but I was just curious as to know why.
It's for the reasons just explained, that the previous application included the garage court site, which is council-owned land, and in the event that agreement isn't reached in terms of the legal agreements, then this application excludes the council-owned land, so this would be a standalone site.
Does this mean that if the council can come to an agreement with the developer, the previous application will be affected rather than this application which is before us now?
We haven't had any discussions as to whether or not this application would be withdrawn, so you may end up in the situation that you have two planning permissions, both of which include the Unity Hall site, and then one of them would include the garage court as well.
Apart from the area over the garages which are still there, it would seem that the only difference between in the area which we're currently considering and the previous application is a slight change in colour. Would that be the case?
Essentially, yes. As I say, they've chosen blue instead of orange, which I think is more successful in design terms, and then just some slight alterations to the treatment of the end elevation. Because you're further away from the adjacent neighbouring property, there's some additional glazing and some more feature brickwork, so it just adds a greater degree of interest to that elevation of the building.
I would certainly commend the use of blue on buildings rather than orange, although in political terms I might be slightly different.
Scott.
Thank you, Chair. No, I think it's a great colour, blue on the old Labour Club building. And I second what Councillor Mason's just said there. I think it's right to prefer blue over orange.
Any other questions?
No, comment.
Comment, Councillor.
Yeah. So we go. So
Lee Hunt.
obviously you want to move the officer's recommendation. I don't go as blue or yellow, green, brown, or whatever. I actually would prefer, when developers are doing stuff, just to give some passing memory to what was there before. In this case, it was the Labour Club I've been there sometimes rather, just sorting out a few bundles and stuff, my trudging out and whacking, doing things like that. But anyway, yeah, no, I think I'd rather see it red, quite frankly, because just as a passing memory to what was there before. I don't care if it's blue, red or whatever, but I just think it's nice.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. We were united on trying to save a bus shelter at Eastney many, many years ago. That failed. And then moving on, Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I must admit, it's very nice to see this tired old building rejuvenated, as it were. Sad to think that we still are in denial that all these students won't have a car between them.
Can we have a proposal for something? You've made a proposal.
I thought I was making.
No, you said
I'm doing it then, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Hunt proposes that we accept the officer's recommendation. Can I have a seconder? As Councillor Colin Galloway. And on that, can we have a vote, members, to accept the officer's recommendation? That's unanimous. You carry on. You've now got 2 lots of planning permission. Members, we're going to stop. If we can stop just for a couple of minutes, the recording has ended, and we've just got 5-minute discussion on something that Councillor Hunt said. It won't take us long.
So, when we... beg your pardon, sorry, Jane. Yeah. Is it all off? Meeting's over.
You were nearly on record there.
Yeah, no.